cheer this one.
And first and foremost, I just want to welcome everyone to the IWN YouTube channel. I am live with both your Ring of Honor Final Battle and NXT Deadline 2022 review. So before we get started, if you got new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, hit that thumbs up, hit the like button on the stream. Let's get a lot of likes on the stream minimum for both your Final Battle, Ring of Honor, and NXT Deadline reviews. I would really appreciate that. You can also follow me on Instagram on both my Instagram accounts. And you can also add me on Facebook and Snapchat. The links to my Facebook and Instagram accounts are in the description below. My Snapchat name is in the description below too. I don't have a link to it though. That's the problem. But we're on the road to 600 subscribers right now. So that's good for me. Looks like I'm getting up there to the 1,000 mark. Looks like. Not quite there, but I'm getting there. I'm getting to 1,000 subscribers. I'm getting there. I just got to push harder. I just got to do harder with my content. I just got to keep doing what I do best here on my YouTube channel. And I just want to thank you guys for joining me here for both of your reviews. Let's try to get some more people in here because truth is, this may very well be one of my best reviews on the channel. If I don't repeat myself too many times. Which I'm hoping I don't do. Because I hate doing that. I do it because I know there are people that watch my reviews that are deaf in one ear. That can't hear anything I say. And plus, I am autistic too, so, you know, it has a major effect on the way I talk and repeat myself, man, you know. And I do have disorders too. But like I said in the watch-alongs, I don't let, you know, autism stop me from doing what I do best here on the YouTube channel and do what I do best with my job that I work at. I'm glad that some of you all can make it to the live chat for both of my reviews. I also have your WWE and AEW Sunday morning news to go over from Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We got a lot of WWE and AEW Sunday morning news to go over. We got a lot of Shawn Michaels news. We got a lot of Bray Wyatt news. We got news on his grandfather as well. And some news on Sasha Banks. And much more. We're going to go over all that news after your Ring of Honor Final Battle and NXT Deadline reviews. So we're going to go ahead and get started here. Now, I gotta ask you guys a question. Which pay-per-view did you guys like? Did you guys like the Ring of Honor pay-per-view? Or did you like the NXT Deadline pay-per-view? Which one did you guys like overall? Let me know in live chats. I'd say both of them, really. Normally I would say one of them, but I'd say both of them. Both of them delivered spot on last night. I enjoyed both pay-per-views. There were in both pay-per-views, the downs in both pay-per-views. That we're going to go over that I'm going to discuss. I'm going to give my thoughts on. hopefully. It's great to be back live again the third time. I was live for both my watchings yesterday. You gotta imagine how tired I am. I don't really feel tired though. I feel okay. I haven't smoked the last, man. I want to try to smoke again and see if that is causing my eczema to flare up on my arms. If it is, I'm gonna have to stop. I'm gonna have to have no choice but to stop smoking now. I'm gonna have to. But see, that helps my stress and anxiety, man. That's gonna be a huge loss to me. Because I love smoking, man. I really do. I don't want to say that from my parents, but I do smoke. I love smoking, man. It really helps. Anything you smoke helps you with stress and anxiety. Don't ever let anybody tell you otherwise. I know it sounds bad saying it, but it's true. It's the truth. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you. You know? Sometimes life can be fair, sometimes life can't be fair. Life ain't fair when you gotta struggle and go through a lot, especially when you have a lot of deaths in your family like me. You know, last year, my mom's dad passed away. Mom's dad passed away. My dad's brother and his mom passed away. Then this year, my dog and, well, this year was my father, my uncle, and then my dog. They all passed away this year. So it's like the only parent I have left is my mother. And my brother, he stays in Florida. My older brother does. So, you know, it's been hard. These past few years have been hard for me, man. It really has. I've been going through anxiety and stress a lot, like crazy. It's not even fun. Mentally, physically, and emotionally, been going through it. You know, everybody goes through things, but I feel like I've been through most of my life. You know, at this point, after my dad's death, you know, I changed. My life completely changed forever, man. I changed. I became who I never thought I would become. I didn't become a good person after that. Because I really loved my father, you know. He was a huge influence in my life, even though we didn't have the best relationship. My father had the best relationship with my stepbrother and my older brother. I don't think he had the best relationship with my stepsister either. So I may not be the only one he had the best relationship family. There's some other people he didn't in the family he didn't have the best relationship with, I found out. Which it didn't surprise me. I wasn't too upset about it, you know. I mean, I kind of wasn't, but you know, we just got to try to figure out to get over them, you know. But if it's your parent dying, if it's your parent's death, you never get over that, obviously. Especially if it's your mom. My dad. It's my dad's death, you know. I can't get over that. I can't get over that, man. I really can't. It's hard to be able to get through something like that. It really is. No kidding. I'm not joking, man. That was the hardest death I had to ever deal with in my life. My father. My father dying of liver disease. It's not something I want to die from. That's for sure. It's not something none of your parents should die from either. Nobody deserves to die from a liver disease, man. I don't care if he smoked and how much he drunk. He didn't deserve to die like that. Obviously, I care about my dad's health, but you know, tough times, man. I told a lot of people that 2021 and 2022 has been the worst years of my life. And I'm not even kidding. 2022 still continues to be the worst year of my life. But eczema has come back up on my arms, man. My eczema's been flaring up on my arms. They done started back flaring up again years ago. Years ago, my eczema was flaring up. Years ago, when my eczema flared up, it got worse. It got worse, worse, and worse, man. And I could never figure out why. Now it's doing it again this year. I think it started when I was in probably middle or high school when I started getting eczema. Now it's up to me again. Now I got to use cream. If it starts to come back up again, use cream. I'm gonna smoke either tomorrow or Monday to try to see if that's the problem. If that's the issue, if that's making my eczema flare up, then I have to stop smoking. I have no choice. It makes me wonder if it's my KFC jacket that I wear to work. It really does. I'm gonna try to wear that too and see if that's the problem. If I take that off and I end up finding out that it's the jacket, then I'm gonna tell my general manager, man, I can't wear my KFC jacket because of my eczema. It's that time of the season. You guys better make sure you're taking baths and washing up, man. Make sure you yourself, because that eczema, man, it ain't no joke. That eczema moves in your body faster than a cheetah can run. That eczema in your body, it's almost like someone set you on fire with a lighter. That's how bad the eczema is. That's how itchy eczema is, man. I know that day I was at work. I came into work. I took my KFC jacket off. As soon as I went to the back, as soon as I got, that's when man, the eczema hit me. I was itching so bad. The cook was like, "Man, you need to go home or something? You need to talk to your general manager and ask you if you can clock out and go home." I said, "No, I'm going to work through it." So I did. My doctor appointment is Tuesday. My grandmother's supposed to be taking me. I really want my mom to take me, but my grandmother's taking me. I just hope the doctor can tell me what it is, man. And I don't think it's got nothing to do with my smoking, man. It might be that jacket I'm wearing, because I know I came to work. I took off that jacket that day. That's when it started flaring. It might be that freaking jacket. That jacket might be irritating my skin, man. Because I got sensitive skin. How many of you guys have sensitive skin, man? You all ever had that? I never asked anybody on Facebook that. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna post the status on Facebook asking who has eczema and who else has sensitive skin. Who else has eczema, sensitive skin? That's what I'm gonna post on Facebook. My face status probably this afternoon. I got a lot of content to stream and produce today. Yesterday, I will have some WWE news. There won't be much WWE Sunday afternoon news to go over. That'll be after your SmackDown and AEW Rampage review. I didn't get to review SmackDown and Rage Friday due to Ring of Honor Final Battle coming on at 3 p.m. and NXT Deadline coming on at 7:30 p.m. I had to get both of my watch. I had my thumbnail for both of them done. So, but yeah, I've been through some hard times, man. I really have. I mean, if you guys were in my family, man, you would understand. Trust me. You would understand exactly what I'm going through. You would. Seriously. You really would, man. I'm not even joking. We're going to go ahead and get the Bolstered. First, we're going to start with the Ring of Honor Final Battle review, because that has the most matches on that card. So we're going to start with that. Of course, that's the first pay-per-view that came on anyway. So, I mean, the first pay-per-view. If it's two pay-per-views on the same day, I always start with the first one. So we're gonna start with your Ring of Honor Final Battle review here. We're gonna go over the Ring of Honor Final Battle, our pre-show. First things first, Jeff Cobb went one-on-one with Dorado. He defeated Dorado. Angelo Parker and Matt McDonagh went one-on-one. Shinobi, Shadow Squad, Cheeseburger, and Eli is on. They both defeated them. Willow Nightingale defeated Trish Adora, of course, and Top Flight, Dante Martin and Darius Martin, The Kingdom, Matt Taven, and Mike Bennett. I didn't watch the 0 hour pre-show. I mean, who the fuck cares about the Ring of Honor Final Battle 0 hour pre-show? I know I don't. That's why I didn't watch it. It was not important. Important to the main Ring of Honor pay-per-view and all the main matches on there. That was important. Pre-show. NXT Deadline show wasn't important either. I waited till at least 7:05 p.m. or somewhere around 7:40 something to go live with my NXT Deadline watch on, because I just don't care for these kickoff and pre-shows anymore, man. And those weren't really matches that I was invested in watching anyway. Top Flight, they're good guys. They're good. I like watching Top Flight. Don't get me wrong. But these 4 matches for the 0 hour show results, didn't pique my interest at all. I'm sorry. So, on to the Ring of Honor Final Battle review here. The broadcast team of Ian, Riccaboni, and Caprice Coleman checked in from ringside. Ring announcer Bobby Cruz introduced the opening match. We got Blake Christian and AR Fox versus Dralistico and Rush with Preston Vince and Joe at ringside. So, Dralistico, I might end up getting his name wrong. Dralistico whipped his jacket at AR Fox before the opening bell. So Christian offered Dralistico a handshake after they had an even opening exchange. Dralistico opted to Christian with a forearm to the head and then pointed at AR Fox, which led to both men tagging out. So we got Fox and Rush trading chops and forearms. Rush dropped Fox with a spinning forearm. Fox ducked a clothesline and then caught Rush with a kick before tagging out. So then Christian ran in and was dropped with a forearm shot from Rush, who actually took him to ringside and had the barricade several times. Rush pulled some type of production cord out from under the ring and choked Christian with it. Dralistico powered up Fox, slammed him onto the ring steps. Back inside the ring, Rush did the spot where he teased hitting his finisher, only to strike his pose instead. So Rush and Dralistico, or should I say Dralistico? I think I said it right anyway. I wasn't sure that time. Isolated Christian and took turns splashing him in the corner. Christian came back with a suplex on Dralistico and tagged out. So then we got AR Fox working over Dralistico for a second, and then Rush. Some of the fans call him Rush. Some fans call him Rush. Rush cut him off with a chop. Fox battled back and performed a missile dropkick. So then, I don't know what happened, but Fox followed up with a dive over the top rope onto Rush. Fox returned to the ring and performed the same move on Dralistico, who apparently had nothing better to do than just stand there and wait while he watched his brother take the same moments before. Huh. Strange. Isn't that strange? Isn't that strange that his brother takes the same moments before? How strange is that? I kind of didn't get when they said that. I kind of didn't understand that. You guys probably understand it more than I did. Fox performed a swanton bomb on Dralistico and covered him for a 2 count. Now, later, Dralistico had Fox pinned, but Christian leaped off the top rope to break up the pin. Fox a springboard flatliner on I told you I wasn't going to get his name right. Dralistico. Christian followed up with a move on Dralistico and then dove onto Rush. Okay, I'm starting to get it. I'm starting to get his name. I'm starting to understand it now. Fox performed a 4th and scored the pin. This was a hell of a match, by the way. So after the match, Rush chased Fox to ringside him. Rush and Dralistico hit both opponents with chairs, left them laying. Rush went to the referee who stood his own and said it was a 3 count. Man. Wow, man. This match stole the show, man. This match stole the place. What was y'all's thoughts on AR Fox and Blake Christian versus Rush and Dralistico? Let me know, man. Because I'm about to tell you my thoughts on it right now. That is that A, Dralistico did a half-ass kick out, so it was hard to tell whether that was meant to be finished or if Dralistico was kicking out to save face. 2, the crowd chanted, "You fucked up," afterward. But it's not like Dralistico kicked out with any authority. And number 3, the post-match scene was over the top. It made the babyface's win feel meaningless. Now, I don't know why, but when I watched the match, even though the match was great, it just kind of felt like that for the babyfaces, man. You know how you have a feeling when you watch something and then 20 minutes later you realize it's meaningless? At that point, when I watched it, at the end, when I said, "Oh, this match was great," I kind of realized that it was definitely just that. But yeah, it was definitely meaningless to say, which I imagine is what Dralistico and Rush were going for, to be honest. I mean, the Top Flight versus Kingdom tag team match didn't really have my interest, but it closed the pre-show more than this match. I will say that. I mean, that's just my opinion. That's just how I feel about it. You know, I didn't care about the 0-hour matches. I didn't care about none of them. I mean, the guys that did better in the ring, I feel like, was Rush and AR Fox. I think Rush and AR Fox did the most work in the ring, in my opinion. You know, the finish did look like it might not have gone as planned, you know, as far as Dreadless to go. As far as Dreadless to go goes, you know, it looked like he kicked out at 2, you know, because he did have his legs up, you know what I'm saying? And then make things difficult. The referee called for the bell by mistake. You know, it's like, why? Why did he do that? Why did he do that? Dralistico had his legs up the whole time. You know, I didn't get that. You know, it's hard to say what happened. It's clear what happened. Rush and Dralistico got robbed in their 1-2 tag team match. That's what happened. Their match got stolen. So Rush and Dralistico evidently thinks that AR Fox, like Christian, cheated. The only reason why they won because of the referee's bell. The only reason why they won because the referee stopped the count and stopped the bell, man. That's the only reason why AR Fox and Blake Christian won in the first place. And the referee seen Dralistico have his legs up, he would have never went for the 1-2-3. He would have stopped. But you know what? Even Fox looked surprised to hear he had won the match. You know what I'm saying? It really was. And there was some fast pacing between Dralistico and Christian to kick things off, you know. As far as the crowd goes, the crowd popped when they came to a stalemate. And we did see a lot of that. As I was watching Ring of Honor Final Battle, I seen a whole bunch of that. I seen a lot of that, man. You know, the former Mystico, a handshake, and an encore, a forearm in response, you know. So, it was a good match. It really was. You know, and the series of dives Fox hit on both opponents looked great. That was the greatest thing I saw in that match, to be honest. But the bad thing about it is one of them almost ended in disaster. So, you know. So we got a video package that set up the Ring of Honor Women's Championship match. We got Martinez versus Athena for the Ring of Honor Women's Championship. Now, I don't know what you guys thought of this, but Athena offered a handshake, and Martinez cautiously accepted. A few minutes into the match, Athena super kicked a kneeling Martinez and covered her for a 2 count. Martinez came back with a half and half suplex, a T-bone suplex, and a brain buster for a near fall. So then we got Athena coming back a short time later by slamming Martinez onto the apron. Athena let out a primal scream, received a lot of cheers. We also saw Athena picking up Martinez, running her into the barricade. And then Athena charges for a dropkick that Martinez avoided. Martinez followed up with a raping neck breaker. Martinez went back to the ring and was booed. Martinez went for a surfboard, but Athena bit her hand. Fans cheered. Athena powered up Martinez, who dropped her into a code breaker style move. Athena covered Martinez, who grabbed the bottom rope to break it. There were boos. Athena grabbed the referee, then released him and removed the turnbuckle pad, where she threw out the ring. Martinez popped up Athena and slapped her to the mat for a 2 count. Athena dropkicked Martinez into the exposed turnbuckle. So then Athena went up top. She hit the old face Eclipse and scored the pin. So Athena's heel turn to this title match being held in her hometown. Now, which led to her actually being cheered as well. So that explains why Martinez was booed right there. I could never figure out on my watch along, I could never figure out why Martinez was booed. Now, up until I scheduled both of my reviews out why Martinez was booed. I figured out why she was booed because the Ring of Honor Women's Championship was in her hometown. Athena's hometown. Not Martinez. Athena. Now, she had family in the crowd as well, and they were emotional afterward. The dynamite, the dynamic, it was odd, you know, very, very odd. But at the end of the day, man, both wrestlers worked hard and had a quality match. That is all that mattered there. It was still weird how Martinez became a heel about halfway through the match. Still, you know. And still, the crowd wanted Athena to win. They wanted Athena to win, man. So when the champ hit a suplex on the floor, she was met with cheery, loud boos that she gladly took in. And look, again, man, they did a good job playing into the way the crowd was reacting, especially as they built toward the finish. Athena set up, hit the old face for the win to become the new Ring of Honor Women's Champion. And, you know, the video that was played before the match did a great job of establishing the history these two women have with each other. That was the main thing. And then Athena was also smart to ditch the mechanical wings for her entrance, you know, because that was her babyface gimmick when she had the mechanical wings for her entrance. Now she's a heel. She doesn't need the wings anymore. Now, Athena teasing her usual back handspring in the corner and then starting mid-move to hit a backhand slip. Or should I say backhand slap was hilarious, man. I mean, oh my God, who wouldn't laugh at that? And as far as Martinez goes, man, she took some big bumps in the match, but they always looked as protected as possible. So, what matters was this was a quality match that favored Athena. Guess we'll have to see who Athena is going to be defending her Ring of Honor Women's Championship against. It'll be her first title defense when she defends that title. Just so you guys know. So a brief video package set up the next tag team match. We got Keith Lee and Swerve Strickland versus Shane Taylor and JD Griffey. Wood. Anyways, there were loud "Bask in Our Glory" chants for Lee when he tagged in for the first time after a brief exchange between Lee and Griffey. And "We Want Shane" chant broke out. Griffey tagged in Taylor, who got a nice reaction just as Lee and Taylor were about to lock it up. Strickland tagged in, which drew some boos. Got a nice spot. Short time later, Griffey positioned Strickland so that his head was hanging over the apron. Taylor dropped a leg on Strickland. Griffey tried to put Strickland in a sleeper in the corner. Strickland slipped out, kicked him off the apron. tagged Lee for the showdown with Taylor. All hell broke loose from there. Lee and Taylor traded forearm shots. Taylor got the better of it. And then went to the middle rope. Taylor dove Lee, who caught him. Taylor escaped and then blasted Lee with a punch, which drew the "oh my God" from Coleman. That was nice from Coleman, man, by the way. That commentary was better than the NXT commentary. My God, was the NXT commentary complete, utterly garbage, man. I did not like the NXT. Guys, you can tell from my face, man. Those of you that were in the live chat for NXT Deadline 2022 pay-per-view, man. Those of you that were in the live chat in my NXT Deadline watch-along live chat, man. You could tell that I did not enjoy Booker T or Vince Joseph's commentary whatsoever for NXT. Their commentary is so bad, man. Their commentary is so bad. And you know what? JD is not lying, dude. JD wasn't lying when they said the NXT commentary doesn't feel like what it used to be anymore. It really doesn't, man. Their commentary sucks. I'm sorry. They got to get Booker T and Vince Joseph off of commentary and put Mario Ranallo and whoever else was good on commentary on NXT commentary. Like, really. I don't know why they got Booker T and Vince Joseph. Why do you think Booker T and Vince Joseph's commentary is going to change the vibe of NXT? The NXT commentary doesn't change a damn thing for NXT. The only thing that changes for NXT is the men's and women's rosters, how the shows are written and produced, and how the matches are booked. That's the only thing that changes NXT. Commentary doesn't change shit. It really doesn't. But you have to admit, commentary at the same time doesn't feel the same anymore. I mean, who in their right mind would want to listen to Booker T and Vince Joseph on commentary? Who? Really? They sound terrible on commentary. It's already enough. We all know. Everybody subscribe to my channel. Everybody in my IWN community page knows how terrible Booker T is. Everybody legitimately realizes how terrible Booker T's takes and opinions are on the week. I mean, clearly, nobody is in the live chat to listen. Nobody's there. I don't care if it's 1.2 quadrillion people in his live chat. His takes and opinions are the worst ever. The worst ever, man. Like, nobody gives a shit about it. Nobody cares. Like, really. I don't know how anybody enjoyed Booker T and Vince Joseph's commentary. I just don't get it. I really don't. How on God's green earth would anybody in their 20s and 30s enjoy Booker T and Vince Joseph's commentary? Guys, Vince and Booker T's commentary was so bad, dude. I literally about wanted to end the stream. Like, that commentary was so annoying, dude. It was so bad. Like, I'm not even joking. The pay-per-view was, but the commentary was bad. I could tell instantly the way Booker T and Vince Joseph were saying things about the matches. It didn't stood right to me. It just really did. I am not a fan of the NXT commentary. I am sorry. That's a thumbs down. The NXT commentary team gets an L from me. Like, really. I'm not even joking. Anyways. Back to what I was saying about this. Back to going over this 2-on-2 tag team match between Shane Taylor Promotions and Swerve in Our Glory. So, Taylor hoisted up Lee, hit his Welcome to the Land finisher, which I seen, which Sonny's seen too, because he told me in the live chat that he was watching Ring of Honor as well. Lee kicked out. Coleman said he's never seen anyone, not Sonny Kiss, Sonny Bamboo. Don't get it mixed up. He's never seen anyone kick out of that. Never seen anybody kicked out of that movement. Griffey hit Lee with a knee to the head. I covered Lee again for a 2 count. Griffey tagged in while Strickland was shown holding his jaw at ringside and backing his way toward the stage. Taylor and Griffey worked over Lee while Strickland was on the stage. Fans booed Strickland. Taylor had Lee hooked up, causing Griffey to take out Lee with a kick. Lee hit his finisher on Griffey and pinned him. That was pretty much it. Strickland left Lee to suffer. If that's not a breakup to anybody, then I don't know what else to tell you. That, to me, looks like a breakup storyline right there. Yeah. Strickland's turning on to Keith Lee sooner rather than later. It's happening, whether people like it or not. I know the negative WWE geeks online are not going to like it. You know they not. But this was a really fun match with some good hell of a storytelling. This feels like long-term booking all over again, to be honest. I mean, this was the most entertaining match on the main card thus far. I mean, who can argue that? Really? The production team could have done a better job of showing Strickland apparently heading to the back. That's the same way I feel about the NXT commentary team. Jesus Christ, man. But I really like that he left Lee hanging after being struck by him. Yet Lee was still able to win the match. You know. And then you have this hope that Taylor would be some regular guy, some regular talent if Ring of Honor gets weekly television. You know, Khan will be in the next match, but whatever happens to Moses, who teamed with Khan as part of Shane Thorne Promotions and Ring of Honor, whatever happened to Moose, man? What happened to that guy? He has the same dreadlocks as Khan, dude. What happened to him? That big built guy, man. Where is he at, man? Mean tell me he got kicked out of Shane Taylor's Promotions? Mean tell me he's going to be teaming up with Keith Lee? Mean tell me him and Keith Lee is going to be a tag team? I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe he'll make his AEW debut someday. Maybe Taylor's keeping him as a surprise. Who knows? You never know, man. I would not be surprised if Khan ended up turning on the embassy, man. I would not be surprised if Khan turned on Brian Cage and Toa to reunite with Shane Taylor's Promotions, man. I wouldn't be if that happens. You know what? If Swerve Strickland joins Shane Taylor's Promotions, we may get Shane Taylor's Promotions versus the Embassy, or whatever that faction is. I don't know. They need to have that. They need to bring that big guy back, that Moose's guy. I want to see Toa and Moose's in the ring together, man. Two big men. Jesus Christ, those guys would go at it faster than fucking Bull can fucking bulldoze a fucking wall, man. Like, really. They got all these factions in AEW, but they don't even know what to do with them. It's kind of crazy, man. It really is. They got a video package setting up the Ring of Honor 6-man tag team title match. Yeah, it's safe to say Dalton Castles and his boys got fucking absolutely destroyed by Embassy, which we were mentioning earlier. We were mentioning just 4 or 5 minutes ago. We just mentioned that faction. But back to that 2-on-2 tag team match, man. I can't help but say that Keith Lee and Swerve did have some miscommunications throughout the match, you know. And, of course, it goes back to what I said. It led to Swerve choosing to leave his partner alone in the ring with two angry opponents. But you know what? The Limitless one, man, he wasn't having it, dude. He got up. He was able to dodge. He was able to dodge a kick from Griffey that connected with Taylor. You know, it allowed Lee to hit his finisher to score the win. I mean, that's what mattered, to be honest. And you know what? The way the crowd reacted when Swerve deprived us of seeing Taylor and Lee face off was not that funny. But the Ring of Honor crowds are great at participating in the show. I will say that. I will say that, man. Swerve also refused to fist bump Keith Lee offered him during their entrance as well. I noticed that too. This match had a little bit of everything. It had high-flying action, stiff strikes, huge feats of strength, long-term booking, long-term storytelling, some great spots. This will be a contender for match of the night for many fans. I'm sure for many years to come. Maybe. Great this match, guys. Would you get this match an A, B, C, D, E, or F? Would you get this an A, B, C, D, or F? Which one? Let me know. B, I get this an A+, man. This was really good. I liked it. I really do. I really do, man. I feel like it's better than the Samoa Joe Wardlow feud in some way. I don't want to sound negative when I say that, but I want to be honest. Honest to God, truth, man. I mean, the Wardlow Samoa Joe feud isn't really doing much. I mean, it really isn't. I'm sorry. I don't know why they didn't have Samoa Joe just drop the Ring of Honor Television World Championship to Juice Robinson, man. I don't understand that. Samoa Joe doesn't need 2 titles. He only needs 1 title. Why you got Samoa Joe holding 2 titles? I don't understand that. Doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't. It makes absolute 0 sense to have him hold 2 titles on 2 fucking brands, man. Let me shut up before the negative geeks come in and live chats and be like, oh, IWN, why you gotta be so negative? Why you gotta complain? I mean, that's a reason to complain, obviously. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. I'm gonna say it like how I spill it, man. I'm gonna say what I see. If I see something that doesn't make sense, I'm gonna call it out. If I see something that's complete garbage, I'm gonna call it out. I'm gonna speak on it. Now, if I see something that I like, that I enjoy, that's my favorite, I'm gonna speak it out too. I'm gonna say something about that as well. I'm gonna say something good about it, not bad. But I enjoyed this 2-on-2 match. This was easily one of the best matches on this Final Battle Ring of Honor pay-per-view. Now, we go from that. We go from that to that 6-man tag titles match between Dalton Castle and Boys and the Embassy. Let me know what you guys think of this match. The champions had 4 additional boys with them for their entrance, but the extras did not accompany them to the ring. Oh, I wonder why. What's going on within that faction that Dalton Castle is in, man? What's going on? that faction that he's leading. Castle worked up with the crowd by running around at ringside with the boys after the bell rang. One of the boys tagged in and dove at Cage, who caught him and then curled him too. So the other boy knelt down behind Cage, and then Castle pushed Cage over. Toa tagged in, put both boys down with a shoulder block. Castle sent Toa to ringside. Then the boys dove at Cage, Toa, who caught them and slammed them at ringside. Challengers isolated boys until he made a hot tag to Castle, who actually went on an offensive flurry with suplexes on all three opponents. Castle threw boys through the ropes to Cage, Khan. So then Castle hit Cage with a knee to the head, covered him for a 2 count. Cage returned the favor with a knee to the head and then tagged out. The setup was clunky, but Toa eventually powered up both boys and put them down with a double Samoan drop. A short time later, Cage turned one of the boys inside out with a clothesline and then put him down with the drill claw. Castle returned to the ring, took out Cage, who rolled to the floor. And then Castles wanted to go for a suicide dive, but then apparently the cameras missed Nana rolling one of the boys into the ring. So Castle had to jump over him and didn't go for the dive. Castle grabbed Nana. Missed. So apparently one of the boys at Castle. Towing on threw one of the boys at Cage, powerbombed him, pinned him. The production work down the stretch was sort of hot mess, man. I mean, it was a typical Castle and Boys style match, which the live crowd enjoyed until the heels won it in the end. You know, I don't know about the title change, but Castle and the Boys just be as over without the titles, which gives, I guess, a nice boost to the trio heel of the Embassy, known as Brian Cage, Khan, and Toa. At the same time, the match also had a lot of entertaining moments, you know, and it defiantly, I could say this, and I'm going to go on, I'm going to move on. It defiantly needed a little more structure in the middle portion. That's what it needed. Cage's tribute to Chris Canyon was a nice touch, too. Castle might be kind of niche, but that guy is great, man. He is absolutely talented. Absolutely star potential written all over him, man. Guy's got an amateur background, too, man. Wouldn't be surprised if he has an MMA background. I mean, he is that fucking great, man. He is a great showman. He knows what he wants and always fucking delivers, dude. I bet that is one of the reasons why Tony Khan was glad that he signed him. I bet it's legitimately one of the reasons why the AW president signed him, man. Or one of the reasons why Don Castle signed to AW himself. You know? And I find it odd how Cage did not have more success in AEW as a real mystery. I find that odd as well. Because he had so many unique qualities for a big man, and he should be a draw in any wrestling promotion. I question this every week. Why is he not getting enough TV time? The fuck he doing? Sitting on the fucking shelf, man. Sitting in Titus Catering when he should be getting more TV time. Fuck is they doing with him, man? Really? You know, the Embassy deserves to be 6-man Ring of Honor Tag Team Champions, because I feel like they've worked so hard to get to that point. Really. I don't care what any negative wrestling geek or wrestling fan has to say about it. I really don't care. I really think they deserve that win. They deserve those titles. Those titles fit perfectly on the chests of Brian Cage, Khan, and Toa. That's all I got to say to that. A video package set up the Ring of Honor Pure Rules match. Backstage, Lexi Near interviewed Darius Martin and Dante Martin. Dante said Top Flight is after they beat the Kingdom on the pre-show. Oh, that's why. That's why I seen the brawl between Top Flight and Matt Menard and Angelo Parker. Because Angelo Parker and Matt Menard interrupted the promo. Parker said they only congratulations they deserve is for Darius making it through a match without tearing another ACL. Menard jawed at Darius and asked if to hit him. Dante hit Menard, and then the teams brawl. The brawl spilled into the arena. Dante performed a flip dive off the stage. Security pulled the teams apart, man. I was like, darn, separate you so we can continue on with the show. I said something like that in the watch along. Menard and Parker went to the ring. Parker worked up the crowd about Ring of Honor and then questioned why it died if it was so great. Parker gave Chris Jericho credit for being the only man who could resurrect. Oh man, you're a freaking guy, man. You're a fucking comedian, Parker. You really are, man. Seriously. Menard asked the crowd if they wanted to know what makes his nipples hard. Okay, we don't need to know that. That's too much information, bro. Bro, you get shit like that on television, man. You're gonna make people not watch, man. You're gonna make this pay-per-view lose views, man. Saying stuff like that, man. You got to know it down a little bit, bro. He went too far with that one. They pulled out one of Jack Hager's purple hats and said Claudio Castagnoli would be wearing one when he teams with Hager. Please tell me they're not teasing Claudio Castagnoli breaking up with the Blackpool Combat Club. I hope they're not teasing this shit. Please scrap that. Claudio Castagnoli does not need to join Appreciation Society. How would he be a fucking good addition to that fucking faction? That doesn't make sense to have Claudio Castagnoli join Jericho Appreciation Society. I mean, I know that Claudio Castagnoli and Jack Hager had history in WWE, but come on, man. What does that got to do with him joining Jericho Appreciation Society, man? Really? I don't get it. I really don't. Willie Yuta made his entrance. Parker and Menard went to the stage, and then Daniel Garcia made his entrance. Garcia headed to the ring while Parker and Menard went to the back. We got Daniel Garcia versus Wheeler Yuta for the Ring of Honor Pure Rules Championship. Jerry Lynn, Christopher Daniels, BJ Whitmer were all shown at ringside, serving as the match judges. I am surprised to see Christopher Daniels there. The bell rings. The round trade forearms. Garcia punched Yuta. It was given his one warning for used a closed fist. Now, Yuta returned the favor and received his warning. Trent Seven was shown sitting in the crowd. Why was Trent Seven there? I don't know. Garcia forced Yuta to use a rope break. They had a scoreboard graphic listing the rope break count in the match time. Makes me wonder what AEW is doing with Trent Seven. It really does. I hope they're not doing Trent Seven the way Vince and Bruce did Trent Seven when they were in charge. Anyways, Garcia applied his Dragon Slayer submission hold, causing Yuta to use his final rope break loss. Or should I say break less, 8 minutes into the match. Riccaboni questioned if they had ever seen a wrestler use all of their rope breaks so quickly. So once Riccaboni questioned if they had ever seen a wrestler use all of their rope breaks so quickly, at 10, Yuta Garcia down with a brain buster that left both men down. Coleman noted that Yuta had burnt through his rope breaks while Garcia had yet to use one. Garcia eventually caught Yuta in a sharpshooter. Yuta was in ropes, but he had no rope breaks remaining. Yuta was able to hook the neck of Garcia, who eventually released the hold, and then both men fell to the ground. Both wrestlers returned to the apron, fought. Garcia went for a driver, but Yuta backdropped him. In the ring, Garcia flipped off Yuta with his knee, and then Yuta ended up hooking the arms of Garcia, and then, threw elbows at his head until the referee stopped the match. So that was it there. That was pretty much it. Now, the referee called for a post-match handshake. They called for a post-match handshake, and then, Garcia kicked Yuta's hand away. Garcia picked up the title belt and handed it to Yuta before leaving the ring. I guess that was somewhat some respect shown from Garcia. I'm not sure if that was all the respect, though. I mean, to be honest. I like Daniel Garcia's theme song, man. I was rolling when his theme song was playing. I really was. Garcia has star potential all over him, too. Same with Wheeler Yuta. Now, a good match with Yuta selling for the majority of the match before coming back to win in the end. I'm pretty sure some of you guys still have no idea why Garcia was put back in the Jericho Appreciation Society. It really derailed his momentum, and now he just feels like one of Jericho's various sidekicks. Well, Jake Hager is one of Jericho's sidekicks. I don't know about Daniel Garcia, but that's just something that randomly came out of my mouth. Okay, but the match was as technical as you would expect. All right. It also had a lot of great strikes, high-flying moves, sprinkled throughout. All in all, it was another match of the year. Or should I say, another match of the year. It is another match of the year, but it's also another match of the night contender. After surviving a brutal fight, man. Really was. Now, we got another video package set up for the Ring of Honor Tag Team title match. Now, this was easily the match of the right here, man. FTR, Dax Harwood and Cash Wheeler versus the Briscoes. Now, at first, I really just don't like watching matches like this, like matches like donkey collar matches and strap matches. Those matches are boring. But you know what? FTR and the Briscoes made it enjoyable to where it invested our times in watching. This was easily match of the year right here, man. The more FTR and the Briscoes started going down, the more I had got into it. It was really good. Ring of Honor said there's only been one dog collar match in Ring of Honor history. And there has never been a tag team dog collar match in the promotion's history. Now, Jay's dog collar was attached to Harwood, while Mark's was attached to Wheeler. The teams brawled and quickly went to ringside. Mark bled in the opening minute. Harwood tossed Jay over the barricade, followed him, and then they fought in the crowd. Wheeler and Mark went to the stage, and in a nice touch, the production crew provided split screen shots. Oh, you know, both sides. What happened? Oh, man. My webcam just disconnected again. Disconnected again, dude. It's been doing that, y'all. I don't know. I don't know what the problem is with it. I don't know why it's doing that. That really messed me up there. As I was reading, guys, Wheeler and Mark went to the stage, and in a nice touch, the crew provided split screen shots to follow sets of wrestlers. Now this is awesome. Chants broke out. Harwood and Jay returned to the ring. Wheeler wrapped the dog collar chain around the ring post to choke Mark, who fought free and returned to the ring. The fans opted the hard camera were standing pretty much as Mark held Harwood, while Jay hit him with the chain wrapped around his fist, and then Harwood bled from the forehead. He was bleeding from the forehead. Mark and Wheeler fought at ringside. There were loud dueling chants for the two teams. Mark returned to the ring while Wheeler was on the steps. A chair was wedged in a corner. He tried to run Harwood into it, but Harwood reversed it. Wheeler actually pulled the chain to choke Mark and then hit him with punches. Wheeler returned to the ring, whipped Mark with the chain while Harwood held him at ringside. Harwood pulled a bloody Jay into the ring post. Back in the ring, Harwood put Jay on his shoulders. Wheeler wrapped the chain around his fist and then leaped off the top rope for a punch version of the Doomsday Device, which resulted in a 2 count. Wheeler choked Mark in glory bomb position. Harwood whipped Mark's abandonment with the chain. Wheeler tossed Mark over the top rope and then pulled the chain to choke him. Jay ran Harwood into the other pair's chain to free Mark from the choke. Jay put Wheeler down with a net breaker. Mark leaped from the top rope and hit a froggy elbow drop on Wheeler for a 2 count. So then Mark set up a table on the floor while Jay and Harwood fought inside the ring. Wheeler tried to suplex Mark into a stack of chairs on the floor, but Mark reversed it and suplexed Wheeler onto the floor. So then, all 4 men were bleeding heavily. Harwood knocked Jay off the ropes by thrusting the chain at him. Harwood wrapped the chain around his own head and then performed a headbutt from the ropes on Jay. Harwood wrapped the chain around his fist, punched Jay several times. Jay pulled referee Mike Posey in front of him, causing Harwood to punch out the referee while he had the chain wrapped around his hand. Now, Posey came up bleeding heavily from the forehead. It smiled, or should I say it smelled, like iron. Referee Paul Turner checked in while the trainer tended to Posey in the corner. A fight forever champ broke out while Mark and Wheeler were fighting on the apron. Wheeler got the better of it and placed Mark on the ringside next to the stack of chairs. Oh, that explains why they titled that AEW video game Fight Forever, because the fans, they always cheer Fight Forever every single week. Maybe that's why they titled the AEW video game Fight Forever, man. I don't know. That's just me. I may be wrong. I may be right. Wheeler went to the ropes. Mark stood up, cut him off. Mark punched Wheeler off the apron and then pulled the chain to get him back on the apron. Mark drop kicked Wheeler back to the floor, then placed him on the top of the table. When I think table, I'm thinking head of the table, Roman Reigns, man. Speaking of Roman Reigns, he'll be returning to SmackDown this Friday. Not this past Friday, but this Friday coming up. This present Friday. Now, Mark went to the ropes. Jay set up Harwood for the Doomsday device, but Wheeler returned to the apron and pulled the chain, causing Mark to take an insane bump from the ropes and onto some of the chairs on the floor. In the ring, Jay hit Harwood with the Jay Driller, covered him for a good near fall. Goldman said he was worried about his 4 friends in the match. He said it was a war. He said he's not worried about now. He's tomorrow. Riccaboni brought up the waves and families of the wrestlers. Jay got a chair and slammed it over the back of Harwood multiple times. So they set up a Jay Driller on a chair. Harwood kicked him in the balls. Harwood pile drive Jay onto the chair, covered him for a good near fall, and then another "this is awesome" chant out. Harwood picked up the chair, but Wheeler motioned for him to stop. Offing murder him, Wheeler told his partner before throwing several chairs in the ring. Harwood put Jay in a seated position on the top rope and then chopped him a few times. Harwood set up for a top rope pile driver onto the chairs, but Jay fought him off, slipped under him to the chair to crouch Harwood, and then they took out Wheeler when he tried to get involved. Now, Jay superplexed Harwood onto the pile of chairs in the ring. Mark held the chain to prevent Wheeler from returning to the ring. And the cameras missed Jay covering Harwood for a near fall. Jay pulled the chain, which was in Harwood's mouth. Wheeler continued his attempt to get back in, and then Mark held onto the chair to stop him. And then Harwood apparently passed out. So after the match, the Briscoes celebrated their win. Once they left the ring, Harwood and Wheeler got to their feet and were cheered. Austin Gunn, Colton Gunn, hit the ring, attacked the FTR duo. Austin took the mic and said, FTR's legacy is dying. Tough. One of the firm's run on the AEW roster is dying because the firm sucks. The Briscoes returned to the ring, causing the Guns to leave while the crowd serenaded them with Ass Boys chants. The Briscoes stood in the ring. Harwood was face down on the mat and had a mic next to him. Harwood said their mission is to beat the ass of the Gun Clubs. The mission is to beat the ass of the Guns. Referee Paul Turner stood between FTR and the Briscoes and raised their hands. Coleman said the match might still be going had Harwood not passed out. Yeah, that's true. Now, what's also true is that the bloody war won't be for everyone. There was another instant classic for both of these teams, Briscoes and FTR. Very different style match they had the first two times. The first two times, man. It seemed like you would have no idea why this wouldn't be in the main event slot. You know? I guess we'll see if there's a good reason. Which there kind of was and kind of wasn't. You know? But at the end of the day, you know, the match was not in the best possible way. You know, it was about as far removed from traditional pro wrestling as it gets, you know. But then again, maybe, you know, it had a fun fight and arguably the most competitive battle of the night, man, you know. I mean, you can't make that shit up. This match brightened up the damn fans, dude. Tighten up the ante in the crowd, man. You know? This was good stuff. Easily match of the year right here, man. Easily. So, we got yet another video package, man. You know how many times they gave us video package on the Ring of Honor Final Battle pay-per-view? We have about 6 or 7. We do not need that many video packages on the pay-per-view. I'm sorry. Just saying. Not trying to be rude. We got Samoa Joe versus Juice Robinson for the Ring of Honor TV title. The wrestlers are heard to the code of honor with a quick handshake. A Joe's gonna kill you chant broke out. Juice Robinson obviously ignored it. Joe pointed at Robinson. Joe went for his submission finisher early. Robinson escaped, headed to ringside. Tony Deepin was shown watching the match from the crowd. I don't know why. Have no idea why. Robinson put Joe in a sleeper. Joe reversed the hold. Robinson used his feet to push off the apron, which drove Joe into the barricade. Nice spot. Joe came back and dove through the ropes, suicide dive style, and hit Robinson with a flying forearm. That was a nice spot, though. I ain't gonna lie to you. Joe sat Robinson in a chair next to the barricade and hit them with a running boot to the head. Excuse me. Joe remained on the offensive for the bulk of the next few minutes until Robinson caught him with a spine buster. Robinson performed a cannonball in the corner. Robinson picked up a near fall. Joe came back with a backdrop. Joe powerbombed Robinson and got a 2 count. Then countered into a crossface. And then Robinson reached the ropes to break the hold. So Joe went for a muscle buster. So once he went for that, Robinson slid it to a sunset flip for a 2 count. Robinson went up top, but Joe shot up and hit the ropes to crutch him. Joe took a Robinson headbutt and then punched him. Joe hit the muscle buster and scored the clean pin. That was it. This was a solid match that was put in the inevitable position of having to follow the double dog collar match. There was some fans who were familiar with Robinson, but the vast majority of the crowd was pulling for heel Joe. Yep, that's what that was. Joe and Juice also did a good job making this bout feel more like a traditional wrestling match, too. It worked in their favor because the crowd was into it. Now, obviously, the main event was Chris Jericho defending his Ring of Honor World Championship, Claudio Castagnoli. We had another video package. This was the 8th and last video package of the night. Set up the main event. Claudio Castagnoli made his entrance. And then Jericho comes out to Judas! 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 Oh, man. I'm not singing it right. Yeah. Woo! Went too far there. I'm not singing it right, man. We had Jericho versus Claudio Castagnoli for the Ring of Honor Championship. Bobby Cruz delivered in-ring introduction for the title match. Paul Turner was the referee. Castagnoli offered his hand for the Code of Honor. Jericho kicked him. Jericho left the ring. Went after the barricade. Or should I say the broadcast team? I said barricade. Funny. Funny me, man. When I just said barricade not too long ago in one of the matches I was going over. I was going over on this review here. Goes to show you I'm getting tired. A little tired now. Well, my eyes are, though, obviously. I've been streaming, producing content all day. How do you think I'm supposed to feel? For you guys, been streaming, producing content all day for you guys, man. Riccaboni and Coleman both ran away. But then Jericho ran in time from Castagnoli, who worked him over at ringside. Before tossing him back inside the ring, Castagnoli performed a top rope crossbody block, then hit Cole with repeated elbows to the head. Claudio Castagnoli hit Jericho with running uppercuts in the corner. Jericho went for a cold breaker that Castagnoli stuck while Riccaboni and Coleman returned to the commentary table. Castagnoli also suffered a Judas Effect elbow. He stuck the Judas Effect elbow, hit Jericho with a neutralizer that led to a near fall. Castagnoli pressed Jericho over his head, then stumbled after dropped him onto the apron. Castagnoli booted Jericho off the apron. Castagnoli went for a cannonball dive off the apron. But Jericho rolled out of the way. Jericho got Castagnoli back inside the ring, worked him until Castagnoli popped him up and hit him with an uppercut. Jericho came back with a series of clotheslines in the corner. Jericho got Castagnoli in a seated position on the top turnbuckle and threw punches at him. Jericho went for a Hurricane Rana, but Castagnoli held him up, threw punches at him. Jericho was able to follow up with the Hurricane Rana. Coleman said he doesn't like Jericho. He's a phenomenal wrestler. Castagnoli went for a springboard move and stopped short to avoid Jericho's codebreaker attempt. Jericho stuffed the swing. Castagnoli caught him with another uppercut. Castagnoli tried to suplex Jericho on the apron. And then he stopped and clutched his lower back. Jericho suplexed Castagnoli off the apron to the floor. Back inside the ring, both men fired up at one point, but each other down with stimulus, running clotheslines eventually. Castagnoli went for a swing, but Jericho countered into a... What was it? He countered into a Walls Jericho, right? Yeah, sounds about right. Castagnoli reached for the ropes. Jericho pulled him back to the middle of the ring. Castagnoli eventually made another attempt, reached the ropes to break the hold, which drew some cheers and boos. Jericho got upset with the referee in the corner. It turned and ate an uppercut from Castagnoli. Both men stayed down for a moment. Matt Menard. Angelo Parker came out. Parker distracted the referee while Menard slipped Jericho's baseball bat to him. Jericho hit Castagnoli with the bat, tossed it to ringside, and then laid down like he was still wary. Once the referee turned around, Jericho covered Castagnoli for a near fall. The crowd popped when Castagnoli kicked out. Referee ejected McDonagh and Parker from ringside. Castagnoli caught Jericho in the inside cradle for a 2 count. When they stood up, Jericho put Castagnoli down for cold breaker. Jericho stood up, called for Castagnoli to get up rather than cover him. Jericho went for the Julius effect, which caused Castagnoli stuffed. Castagnoli performed the spin on Jericho until the referee called for the belt to end the match. Like Jericho had his knees up too, similar to Drelistico. Now, the confetti shot off while Castagnoli celebrated. Riccaboni said Castagnoli had Jericho in the swing for 33 rotations. Billy Yuta and Jerry Lynn entered the ring and celebrated with Castagnoli. Fans threw streamers into the ring. Castagnoli caught one and threw it back. Riccaboni spoke about how the year started off with uncertainty for Ring of Honor and said Tony Khan acquired it, and now the heart of Ring of Honor is beating stronger than ever. Castagnoli went to ringside and spoke into the camera. He thanked the fans and said, "Onward with integrity." Castagnoli stopped by the broadcast table and shook hands with Riccaboni and Coleman. Riccaboni closed out the show with his happy wrestling catchphrase. Yep, they went with the wrong main event, that was for sure. Though it was a good match. It was a good match, though. I mean, it had more measured pace than most bouts on this card. In some ways, it worked to both its benefit and detriment, pretty much. It was a good match, but it didn't stand out on a card with so many great performances. Now, the big swing, as far as that goes, making Jericho tap out to the big swing, it might be the most unexpected, unique finish of the year. Right there, man. No question about it. Overall, this was a good, very, very good pay-per-view event. The show was carried by FTR and Briscoes, but there wasn't a bad match on the show. It's a good thing about this show. That's a good thing about it. Now, guys, that's obviously going to do it for your 2022 Ring of Honor Final Battle review. Now, we're going to move on to the next review, which happens to be your NXT Deadline review. So, I was live at the NXT Deadline watch along as well. NXT Deadline was another pay-per-view that was great in its own right. Kenzie, Sam Roberts were the hosts of the pre-show, which I didn't give a shit about. They were joined by pro wrestling journalist Denise from Fightful, I think, if I'm right. I remember her as the co-host of X-Pac own podcast. Says either the beautiful Mackenzie Mitchell or the horrible Sam Roberts. They sent the show to the Shawn Michaels rules video, explaining the rules to the Iron Survivor match. Kelly Kincaid, I don't know who the hell that is, interviewed Roxanne Perez. I know who that is, though, and asked her what number she drew in the Iron Survivor match. Perez noted she drew number 1. Kelly wondered if Perez was nervous due to her being number 1. Is she really trying to bring Perez down by saying what she said? I think she was desperately trying. I loved how she was desperately trying, but nah. Sorry. That wasn't going to stop Perez from being confident in her match. Perez said she doesn't know what to expect. Zoey Stark showed up and informed Perez that she's in the same spot as number 2. Stark told Perez to enjoy being in the penalty box. The panel gave their thoughts on the women's iron, so Sam Roberts was in heel mode for the night. Trick Williamson, Carmelo Hayes, and the Kenzie from a video feed. Melo and Trick hyped up Melo, potentially winning the Iron Survivor. Robert, what number he drew? Melo refused to tell, saying he'll come out when his music hits. Panel gave their thoughts on the men's Iron Survivor match. Then Kiana James and her busty secretary were in the locker room for some reason. Kiana's assistant has an accent now. Huh? Don't think she had an accent last time. Brooks Jensen showed up, wished Kiana luck, and kept awkwardly staring at Kiana. Kiana told Jensen to wear a shirt that fits next time. Well, dang. Kiana just put her down like that? Oh, snap. A hype package aired to promote the Alba Fyre versus Isla Dawn match. I think this is the worst match on the card. I really didn't enjoy this match that much. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it just felt clunky and floppy and sloppy. I don't know. I think this match felt sloppy and floppy, man. I think it was just clunky, man. The match just wasn't there. It just wasn't the best on the card. I hate to say it. Not that I'm bringing Isla Dawn and Alba Fyre down. It just wasn't the best on the card, man. It just wasn't the best match. Now, the panel gave their predictions. A replay aired of New Day challenging Pretty Deadly for a tag team title match. The panel gave their thoughts and predictions. JD McDonagh was reading a human anatomy book. Okay. Kelly asked JD why he's reading that. JD, the fake JD, is reading up on hurting people because he has to hurt 5 people. He noted that he already hurt Exam a few weeks ago. The real JD is JD from New York, from off the script. JD JD McDonagh, so to speak. I mean, he is. All right, let's be honest. A hype package aired for the Bron Breakker versus Apollo Crews NXT Championship match. The panel gave their prediction by them running through the card again. Mackenzie Mitchell closed the show with 3 minutes left at the top of the hour to be filled with Peacock commercials for the ad subscribers. So the NXT Deadline intro video aired, which had a clock and egg timer. It's Joseph Booker T. We're on commentary. This commentary team is fucking awful right from the word go. I didn't like the commentary team. I loved the show, but the commentary team was not good at all. Somebody in the men and women's locker room need to have a talk with Booker T and Vince Joseph and tell them how terrible their commentary is. Somebody in that NXT. I hope somebody on that NXT women's roster and on that NXT men's roster is watching my review, and I hope to God they go to Booker T and Vince Joseph and tell them to get their terrible asses off the commentary. They are terrible. I'm sorry. I don't like the way they sound on commentary. I just don't. I'm sorry. I hope one of my favorite female talents in the NXT roster talks to Vince Joseph and Booker T and tell them, hey, you gotta do better on commentary, man. There's people saying stuff about your commentary, dude. Like, I'm not even joking. Your commentary is so garbage, man. It's not even funny. I bet even JD had something negative to say about the Vince Joseph Booker T commentary. I had a lot of negative. Trust me, I had more than negative things to say about it. I had worse. I had bad things to say about it. I had shitty things to say about the commentary, dude. It was bad. It was. The Ring of Honor commentary was better than the NXT commentary last night. Seriously. I'm not even joking, dude. This shit sucks, man. That commentary sucks, man. NXT, man. Oh my God, their commentary is terrible. They got to make some kind of change on that NXT commentary, dude. I keep saying it so many times because I just can't believe how, I still can't believe how, to this day, how terrible that was on NXT, man. My God. Why did they have to make changes to all three commentary teams on the brands, man? I just close. I put my hands on my face and I'm just like, why? Why did they have to change commentary on all three brands? Why? At this point, I'm just like, why? Why on earth would they do that? Now, the commentary of Michael Cole and Wayne Barron's been great. The Monday Night Raw and NXT commentary, it's not good. Now, Corey Graves on Raw commentary is great. But Kevin Patrick, get him out. Get him out, man. He's got to go. He's got to go, too. Get him out. He's got to go. Kevin Patrick, Booker T, and Vince Joseph, they all need to get off commentary, dude. I mean, JD's not lying. JD from NY, he isn't lying, dude. He's actually telling the truth, man. I mean, they are terrible. I had to sit there and watch this for 2 hours and listen to their nauseating commentary, dude. It was just not good. Not there. It's not there. Pay-per-view was good. Commentary, not good. It wasn't there at all. So we got the women's Iron Survivor match for a future title shot at the NXT Women's Championship match. That kicked off NXT Deadline 2022 pay-per-view. The best females that were in this match were obviously, in my opinion, Cora Jade, Roxanne Perez. Cora Jade, Roxanne Perez. Those were the best things in this match. They were the best things in this match, and Zoey Stark's dive off the top rope to everybody. That was the best thing in the match, too. That was pretty good. I mean, I'll give Kayana and Indi credit. They tried, you know. They tried to make some difference in that match. I will say that. Starks and Perez went for early roll-up variations. Booker T talked about how Perez became Reality of Wrestling's women's champion at the age of 17. Booker T was surprised and fizzed to call the match of his student. Oh, so Roxanne Perez has been trained by somebody who has the worst takes and opinions on his podcast every week. Oh, man. I would never want to be trained by somebody like that. Thanks. Never. Booker T. Booker, man, you gotta be kidding me. No way. Starks and Perez went on to methodically chain wrestling. Perez got a 2 count off a Hurricane Rana roll-up. Then worked on Stark with roll variations. Stark got a 2 count after a body slam. Third woman in the match was Kiana James. Starks gave James a punch to the kidney. Oh, jeez. That's too much information, man. I should never said that. I should never spilled that word out of my mouth. Kiana James got a 2 count off after a sunset flip. James landed on her feet during Stark half and half. James hit Stark with a buzzsaw kick. That's the first time I've ever seen Kiana James perform in the fucking ring. honestly. It's not the first time I've seen Cora Jade, Roxanne Perez, and Indi Hartwell perform in the ring. And Zoey Stark. First time I've seen Kiana James. Kiana James she's not bad, man. She's not that bad. She's really not that bad like people say she is. Gave James a punch to the kidney, and then Kiana James got a 2 count off Stark off a sunset flip. You know, something Roxanne Perez uses. James landed on her during Stark's half and half. James hit Starks with a buzzsaw kick. Perez broke up Kiana's pin. Kiana took down Perez with a shoulder tackle. She dropped James with a drop kick after she tried to slam Perez. Now, James fell on Perez, so Stark had to break up the pin. Stark baseball slide into the gut of Perez while James whipped. Now, Starks dominated both opponents for a stretch. James whipped Starks into the ring, worked on Perez. Perez fended James back with headbutts. Perez took down Starks of axe handle strikes. Starks kicked down Perez and hit her with the tilt-a-whirl gates for the first pinfall. Cora Jade was the 4th woman in the match. Now, Jade made sure to bang on the penalty box to mock Roxanne Perez. Jade dominated both opponents while also going for pin attempts. Perez was unleashed from the penalty box. She gave Jade a dust press. Perez gave Starks a dust press too. Perez trapped Starks and James in the corner of European uppercuts. James broke up Perez's pin attempt. Jade super kicked Perez during a pop rocks attempt on James. Jade rolled up James for her first point. And then Perez rolled up Stark for a 2 count. Both women kicked Jade to the side. Stark puts Perez in a crossface. Jade broke it up by putting Stark in an Indian deathlock. Whoa. Okay. Indian deathlock. All right. All right. All right, man. There's nothing bad about it, I guess. At least I guess it ain't nothing about it. Perez put Jade in a triangle. James got out of the penalty box, broke it all up. So once they broke up all the submissions with pin attempts, the last woman out was Indi Hartwell. Hartwell cleaned house with all of her opponents. An indie wrestling chant ensued. Perez rolled up Hartwell for a 2 count. Hartwell gave Perez a big boot to score a goal. Now, Stark took down Jade and Hartwell with kicks. Stark whipped Starks into the barricade. What I was trying to say was Starks whipped James into a barricade, but James reversed it with a nice-looking mirror assault. Perez got out of the box and whipped James into the ring steps. And then, check this out, then after that, Perez caught Hartwell with a crossbody. So Jade broke the pin. Jade missed an elbow to the neck. Stark hit Perez with a right elbow. Perez rolled up Stark for her first fall. James was the only woman without one fall at this point. Hartwell paired off with Jade, while Perez paired off with James at ringside for brawls. Get your minds out of the gutter. Brawls is BRAWLS. Not talking about the other word, the other meaning of brawls. I'm not talking about that. Get your minds out of it. Hartwell and Perez were left standing in the ring. Starks ran in after being let me out of the penalty box. Stark dominated James. Perez and Jade with strikes. They don't have James, Perez, and Jade with strikes. And then Perez hit Stark with a running uppercut. Something's in my freaking eye, man. Stark sidestepped Perez, causing Perez to suicide dive Hartwell. And then Jade gave everyone but Starks a moonsault. Starks hit all of her opponents with a springboard crossbody. So then, James hit Hartwell with a 401k tornado. Pay dirt. Oh my. James was slammed to the mat by Jade and Perez. Perez hit Jade with pop rocks to go up 2. Booger said Perez needs to run away now. Not necessarily. She needs to break up pins too. Perez whipped out Hartwell to ringside with a Hurricane Rana. James hit Starks with a super Spanish fly. Jade tried to steal the pin. Perez pulled Jade aside. Jade hit Perez with a Dirty Deeds DDT. Perez rolled to ringside for the win. And that was it. Booker T was gushing over Perez winning. He also hyped up Perez coming from reality of wrestling. And Booker T was probably, I think he was crying like a clown, crying like a geek by the end of the segment. Oh, man. Guy sounds like he was crying like a freaking 10-year-old, dude, on TV. Really. It really sounded like he was crying like a 10-year-old on screen, dude. In line. And what I mean by crying, I'll let you listen to what I mean by crying. Oh, man. It's so satisfying seeing Booker T crying on TV like a 10-year-old, dude. It just makes everybody freaking laugh. Makes everybody expose Booker T for what he really is, man. This is what Booker T was crying like on TV. It's so satisfying, man. It really is. It really is, man. Really. Satisfying seeing Booker T cry like a complete clown circus on TV, man. Really. Oh, man. No, let me stop, man. Let me stop. Because I don't think I'm telling the truth, man. Actually, psych! No, I am telling the truth, man. He was crying like a baby on TV, man. Huh. Boy, man, I tell you, these detectives on TV, man, they're looking for something suspicious. I don't know what they're doing. Anyway. Perez winning was called, in my opinion. She has been the foundation of the NXT women's division, even without gold. She should dethrone Mandy Rose, likely at NXT New Year's Eve or Vengeance Day, to become the new NXT Women's Champion. Because now she's the number one contender for that title. Now we got Alba Fyre versus Isla Dawn. Now this was the only worst match on the card, I will say. Alba Fyre hit Isla Dawn with a diving senton bomb. The referee suddenly began choking on some kind of black Uzi in the chaos. It was just so disgusting, man. It really was, man. It's not even funny. I bet some of my audience about wanted to throw up off of that. So then Dawn sent Frey into an exposed turnbuckle, then planted her with a stand elbow drop from the win. Dawn looked solid in her first NXT Premium Live event match. Did not end up coming as truly worthy of the spot. In particular, the finish was deflating, taking away from the action without putting over either women. This will likely be the end of Ray's run in NXT, or at least time is winding down. If there is any other matches left between these two, Dawn will also win that one, so she may be best served escaping. Now, we're going to Raw and SmackDown with more momentum. I think she will probably be sent to SmackDown. SmackDown's division needs more star power, and I think Kaylee Ray being there will help. I don't think Charlotte Flair being there is going to help. I really don't. Sorry. That's the way I feel about it. We have Pretty Deadly versus New Day for the NXT Tag Team Championships, man. Pretty Deadly tried to use every trick in the book to survive New Day. However, Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods were on one step ahead of them, pretty much, at every turn. With Kit Wilson knocked out at ringside, New Day hit midnight hour for the pinfall on Elton Price, or should I say Elton Prince? I don't know why I said Elton Price, man. Matches like this are completely unexpected in NXT. It does help when one of the teams is the New Day, one of the greatest tag teams in WWE. But Pretty Deadly meshed with Kofi and Woods perfectly. The only thing about the New Day is just their cringy behavior, man, on TV. I don't like that cringe stuff they do on TV, man. But the New Day, don't rub the New Day off the wrong way, man. They can get it done in the ring, but their cringy act, man, nah. Sorry. Same thing with Pretty Deadly. The fun flurry of spots may be enough to make the entire night worth watching. Really? Really, man. I'm not even kidding, dude. Now, it probably will be interesting to see what happens. Not sure. New Day versus Pretty Deadly probably is going to happen again. It does deserve a major more spotlight. I will say that. But in the meantime, New Day can have a run in NXT. It's building NXT's best division. I'm guessing they're referring to the best tag team division. Huh. Barely even got any tag teams in that division besides the Creed Brothers. Besides the Creed Brothers and Briggs and Jensen. You know, that's pretty much it, to be honest. That Malik Blade and that other guy that Malik Blade is a tag team with. I think they're a good tag team, though. Yeah, they ain't got much tag teams in that NXT tag team division, man. There's not too many. Now, if Pretty Deadly do not win the titles back soon, Wilson and Prince have proved that they are ready for the main roster. I could see them going to Monday Night Raw because the Monday Night Raw tag team division needs new tag teams right now. They really do. They really do. Desperately needs new tag teams. I could see the Creed Brothers and Pretty Deadly going to Raw. But the main roster has big things already planned for Julius Creed. I do have some news on him, too. So, I haven't went over your WWE and AEW Sunday morning news yet, but we will after I come back from break. I'm not going to take a break until after I'm done reviewing NXT Deadline 2022. After I'm reviewing the pay-per-view. Now, we got the men's Iron. I'm not going to go over too much about it. I will say that Grayson Waller stole the pinfall from Carmelo Hayes off of a diving axe kick on Axiom for a third pinfall. Just put him ahead of Joe Gacy, Melo, and Axiom, who had 2 each. JD McDonagh ended up with no falls. It was very, very fantastic. And the proof of concept WWE needed with the Iron Survivor Challenge was what made it work with the bevy of memorable moments. No one got lost in the shuffle. The pacing was so fast that no one truly felt like they failed. Now, while the A champion came in the favorite, Waller wins since, I guess, he has always been the craftiest heel in NXT. Maybe. Now, he always finds a way, and he manipulated everyone to his advantage in order to steal a third fall right at the end. If WWE wants to keep this as a yearly tradition, I guess it'll be important to have creative talent and a enrolled agent that can help guide them to big spots. I mean, I guess it could be a major win for long term. Now, I will say a couple moments that were in this match. Melo scored the fall with a rebound cutter. I thought that was great, you know. Now, what was also great was the fact that the A champion rolled Waller into a crossface to force a submission. That was another great thing about it. And I guess the last great thing about it was the fact that after the time expired, Axiom pretty much closed the penalty box door and beat down McDonagh later. Necessary Evil got his revenge by doing the same with Waller's help. I mean, there was nothing bad about that, to be honest. Now, the main thing I liked here was that McDonagh took everyone out with snap Olympic slams, and then everyone got up like they were zombies, and McDonagh ended up having himself surrounded. That was the best thing about it right there. Having himself surrounded and met with kicks. That was a OMG moment right there, man. I don't know, what do you call that? All four of them delivering kicks to freaking JD McDonagh? My goodness. Aaron, is JD McDonagh's head that big? My God. We got Bron Breakker versus Apollo Crews for the NXT Championship. That was the main event. Apollo Crews used everything in his arsenal to defeat Bron Breakker. You know, nothing worked after that. Finally, Bron Breakker ended with his title afterward. Waller took out Breakker with a running return cutter and kneeled over the champion with his NXT Championship. It was honestly a letdown on a good night of NXT programming. But Breakker versus Crews never really got going. It was a flat main event that never sold. The NXT champion could lose. Now, beyond a corny moment where Crews tapped into something deep within him, there was nothing to this. It came off a filler title defense for NXT television. If Waller had been allowed to cash in his title shot that night, the show would have all come together. But having him simply lay out the champion made it all the clearer that the men's Iron Survivor Challenge should have main event. That's for sure. This was a good main event match between Apollo Crews and Breakker, man. It really stoked up. A good babyface versus babyface matchup, even though a babyface versus babyface, we all know makes no sense. Just like a heel versus heel dynamic make no sense. Even though what worked here was the build up and the match played out like a video game mirror match, where both wrestlers have the same movesets, which is good. It also felt like a good old strongman clash. Now, the only thing that certain people didn't like was Apollo presumably having a vision in the middle of the ring. That aside, the power versus power matchup worked out. Apollo Crews was actually elevated, even though he was the veteran and he lost. It was one of Apollo's higher stakes matches. He looked good and is actually okay with Breakker tearing through Crews and presumably Waller en route to losing the title to Carmelo Hayes at the Mania weekend event at Staples Center. Overall, this was a good NXT pay-per-view, premium live event that exceeded non-existent expectations. The Iron Survivor thing was a great unknown, and thankfully the women's match was good and the men's match was good. Great. It was great. New Day versus Pretty Deadly was great, but it had some cringe in that match as well that I immediately took my eyes off of because I didn't like watching it, watching the cringe that Kofi Kingston and Wilton was doing in the ring. And you guys exactly know what cringe I'm talking about. Don't even ask. Dawn versus Frey, it wasn't really that good. It wasn't really that good at all. It did have a weird curse thing that happened in the end. Is Isla taking lessons from Danhausen? I think that was the only bad match on this pay-per-view, to be honest. That's just my opinion. All the other matches stood out. This match, no. No. You know, Deadline is not free. You have to be subscribed in order to watch any WWE pay-per-view on Peacock. Just so you guys know. Now, Deadline is the better bang for your buck with 5 unique matches that deliver. I mean, it clearly is. Even Ring of Honor. You buy Ring of Honor, you get to watch 8 matches. You get to watch the 0-hour pre-show. Pre-show watch, kickoff I didn't watch. I watched all the main matches on both pay-per-views. But they all delivered except for that one match on NXT. Isla Dawn versus Alba Fyre. Well, guys, that is going to do it for your Ring of Honor Final Battle and NXT Deadline review. I'm going to take a 3-minute break. And when I come back, I'm going to go over your WWE and Sunday morning news coming out of Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Because I did not get to check to see what news I had for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I know my sources told me a couple of news articles. I went on there and read some of them. I think today would be the best day to give you guys your dirty AEW Sunday morning news because this would be the only best day to give out the news because I'll be back on this afternoon. The first thing I'm going to be uploading is Jamie Hayter versus Sky Blue match 1, number 1, and then I'll be live with your SmackDown and Rampage review. I got to do thumbnails for both of those reviews, which is not going to take long. I got to do the background for them too, which that's not going to take long either. Now, the other thumbnails backgrounds I did take long. I'm not going to explain why. I'm just going to keep it there. Now, guys, I don't know if you know this. I got my schedule for this week posted on my YouTube community page. All you have to do is go to my YouTube community page and check it out. It's not that hard. But you guys enjoyed my Ring of Honor Final Battle and NXT Deadline 2022 review. Hit the thumbs up. Let me know what you think about it. Did I do good? Did I do bad? I'm going to be posting a voting poll too. So that way you'll get to vote whether I did good or vote bad or vote somewhat okay. I hope you guys had a good Saturday night, man. I know I had a good Saturday night being live with my NXT Deadline and Ring of Honor Final Battle watch-alongs, man. Most of you were in the chat with me, man. We had a good-ass time, dude. That FTR versus Briscoes match is easily match of the year, man. You know, Yuta was able to become two-time Ring of Honor champion. Cesaro was able to become two-time Ring of Honor world champion. So a lot of good things in that Ring of Honor Final Battle pay-per-view. NXT pay-per-view, the only best matches on the NXT Deadline 2022 pay-per-view was the women's and men's Iron Survivor match and Bron Breakker versus Apollo Crews. That was it. I didn't really enjoy Isla Dawn versus Alba Fyre. New Day versus Pretty Deadly, and it had its ups and downs. It had some cringe on there, but they delivered a good match. Cringe was bad thing, but the good thing was the match. You know, their chemistry. That was it, man. But anyways, guys, I gotta take a 2-3 minute break, man. I'll be right back. When I come back, I'm gonna go over your WWE and AEW Sunday morning news before I get on out of here, man. And I'm gonna forget your SmackDown Rampage review. I'll still be live. I am not going to miss going live at that Rampage review, man, because I feel like you guys that are subscribed to my channel want to know what happened on SmackDown Rampage. So I figured I'd go live with it today, this afternoon. I started to want to go live with SmackDown Rampage review Friday, but you know, I didn't due to Ring of Honor Final Battle and the NXT Deadline pay-per-view, man. I wanted to be live on time for those pay-per-views, which I was. I was mostly on time for NXT Deadline, to be honest. Anyways, guys, like I said, I'll be back in 2-3 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Gotta play some different good tunes for you guys while I'm taking a 2-3 minute break. And when I come back, again, I'm gonna give you guys your WWE AEW Sunday morning news. So I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here, man. It's only gonna take 2-3 minutes. Okay, now we need to give you guys your WWE and AEW Sunday morning news. I'm so tired, man. I had forgot to do my WWE and AEW news introduction, man. My intro. That's how tired I am, man. I'm tired, my eyes are. But I gotta keep my audience up to date with what's going on within professional wrestling. What's going on within the WWE and AEW as far as WWE and AEW news goes. So we're gonna start by giving you guys your WWE Sunday morning news first. And we're gonna start with the news on Bray Wyatt. We got a lot of Bray Wyatt and Shawn Michaels news to go over. We got some news on Matt Riddle as well, and when he's expected to be back. I'm gonna go ahead and pull all that up here on the screen that I'm looking at. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of news on Bray Wyatt, Shawn Michaels, and Matt Riddle. Hang on, guys. Where is it? I had it up here somewhere. I had it up here somewhere. Somewhere, I gotta find it. I think I've almost found it, guys. Yep, I'm almost there. There it is. So, there is some news on Bray Wyatt. A lot of news on Bray Wyatt, in particular this one. So, apparently, Bray Wyatt is set for his first WWE live events since return. Or since his WWE return. You know, he returned to WWE at the Elimination Chamber. Or not Elimination Chamber, but Extreme Rules. Bray Wyatt is looking to regain his spot as the main attraction in WWE. The Ear of Worlds has been credited as one of the most creative and hard-working individuals in the company. The former WWE champion is set to make his first appearance on a WWE live event since his return. Bray Wyatt made his comeback at this year's WWE Extreme Rules with his return, being credited to the new creative regime led by Triple H. Wyatt is yet to make his first wrestling appearance inside the Square Circle since returning to the company. However, the former two-time WWE Universal Champion is set to return to WWE live events. According to a report by PW Insider, Bray Wyatt is scheduled to appear at WWE's traditional Boxing Day show at Madison Square Garden on December the 26th. This comes alongside other appearances during the holiday season that lists his appearance. So we got Atlanta, Georgia for December the 27th. A WWE United States Championship Steel Cage match is supposed to be happening. Supposed to be getting Austin Theory versus Seth Rollins, Bianca Belair versus Bayley versus Becky Lynch for the Raw Women's Championship, and the Bloodline versus Drew McIntyre, Braun Strowman, Sheamus, and Kevin Owens for Greensboro, North Carolina for December the 28th. A street fight between Braun Strowman and Karrion Kross is supposed to be booked. And then we have the Bloodline versus Drew McIntyre and the Brawling Brutes. So, Bray Wyatt, New Day, Karrion Kross, Scarlett, Imperium, the Brawling Brutes, Bobby Lashley, Omos, and MVP will also be appearing. So we got another WWE live event on December the 29th, 2022. That is taking place in Miami, Florida, where the SmackDown Women's Championship match And the Bloodline versus Drew McIntyre, Braun Strowman, Sheamus, and Kevin Owens match is booked for the live event. Bray Wyatt, New Day, Ricochet, Liv Morgan, Imperium, the Hit Row will also be appearing in that live event as well. And quote, Bray Wyatt is currently involved in a feud with LA Knight. Moreover, Wyatt is also being tormented for weeks by a mysterious man known as Uncle Howdy. A feud could see a potential match between Bray Wyatt and LA Knight. Moving forward, it will certainly be a treat for fans to see Wyatt in person once again. For sure. Now, do you guys want to see Bray Wyatt become the world champion during his second run? Let me know in the live chat. Now, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next WWE Sunday Morning News. And this one is on Matt Riddle. Because my batteries is on 32% right now. And I got to move a little bit faster now. So there's some news on Matt Riddle, man. And I have figured out a way of how I'm going to move faster. Matt Riddle was removed from upcoming WWE live events. As seen on this past week's episode of Monday Night Raw. Not this week coming up, but the past week, last week. In other words. Along with Matt Riddle challenged the Usos for the undisputed tag team titles. Riddle's team lost, and right after that, the Bloodline decimated him. In fact, Matt Riddle was written off of WWE television, according to a report by BW Insider. That was according to a report by PW Insider, in case you guys didn't hear me. Matt Riddle has been pulled from the weekend's live event. Says here, and I quote, Matt Riddle has been pulled from this weekend's live events. PWInsider.com is told. End quote. So I guess we'll have to wait to see when the original bro will make his return to WWE television. Any fans agree Riddle has been overexposed as of late, so a break was needed. What is y'all's take on the Matt Riddle story? So there's the Roman Reigns. He crosses a huge milestone in WWE. Head of the table has been a champion for well over 2 years now, and his utter dominance continues to inspire many people. He has defeated every single opponent who stood before him as well. Roman Reigns has now broken into the all-time top 4 longest combined WWE title reigns at 1,260 plus days. My God, that's a lot of days. Wow. Roman Reigns. He is on the road, man. He has been killing it as of late. This is I quote, Roman Reigns has now broken into all-time top 4 longest combined WWE Championship reigns at 1,260 days. Another historic milestone that missed a historic run. And quote, WWE already knows how Roman Reigns will lose his titles as well. Just have to wait to see how long Roman Reigns will continue to be undisputed Universal Champion. It's likely he will drop that title anytime soon. You never know, man. There's that rumor that he's leaving WWE next year to go to Hollywood, but I don't believe it. I think he's going to sign a full-time deal. I think he's going to sign a full-time deal with WWE, man. I don't think he's in Hollywood. I still don't think that to this day. I really don't. I hope that does not end up being true. I want Roman Reigns to stay in WWE. WWE still needs Roman Reigns. They really do. I feel like it. I really do. Feel like they still need him. There's some news on the Vengeance Day Premium Live event. NXT is taking Vengeance Day Premium Live event on the road, apparently. Now, WWE NXT underwent a lot of changes last year as they went for a new approach concerning the newer talent. A year onward, the experiment was largely a success, but was given a lot of changes yet again. Now, it seems WWE will be bringing back a huge premium live event. As previously reported, WWE NXT will be going back on the road from now on, especially for the premium live events. Naturally, this is something fans are looking forward to. While speaking during the NXT Deadline media conference, Shawn Michaels officially announced that the Vengeance Day Premium Live event will be returning in February, and it will mark the brand's first big event on the road since 2020. This is the first standalone Premium Live event since February 20th, it says, and I quote, and on Saturday, February the 4th, NXT Vengeance Day is coming live from the Spectrum Center in Charlotte, North Carolina. End quote. We have to wait to see how Vengeance Day turns out, as fans are finally excited to see the brand's first standalone premium live event in well over 2 years now. That's a lot of years, man. So, there is some news. Hang on a second. There is some news on Sonya Deville. There's some news on her. There's also news on Shawn Michaels. We got to go over that. So, apparently, Shawn Michaels explains how NXT works out WWE main roster appearances. Well, speaking during the NXT, also while speaking during the NXT Deadline media conference, Shawn Michaels looked like he was there over like 2 hours. Well, he spoke about NXT's presence when it comes to how they work out main roster appearances. This is what he said. He said here, and I quote, "We have a lot of main roster talent who have NXT roots, and a lot of them like to come back, help out. Usually the process is something that, if we're thinking from a previous, or should I say preview standpoint," that's what he said, preview standpoint, "then we get X date. I do everything I can to get on the horn that Hunter approves and see what the possibility is." Then he goes on to say in this long paragraph that there is some where I take advantage of, I don't know, the cool titles and other stuff. And like, hey, this is a quick one out of the blue. But this is quick one that we need. Then Shawn Michaels goes on to say, can we get somebody on the quick? Obviously, that is when we can get you somebody, but we're not sure who. So it is a number of different ways. And we've done every one of them. It's not a formal process. It takes all forms. And we'll have to wait to see how they will incorporate more main roster talent into NXT in the future. Sort of like they did with AJ Styles and Luke Gallows, Carl Anderson. The influx of main roster talent has certainly given the rise to more compelling storytelling, which is great, which is not bad at all. Now, there's some news on The Rock's daughter. The Rock's daughter, Simone Johnson. Now, The Rock's daughter, Ava Raine, that's her NXT name, her NXT ring name. She's gaining confidence in WWE NXT. Sort of like how Rhea Ripley gained confidence in NXT in her time on the brand. At the time when it was the Black Gold brand. Dwayne, The Rock Johnson's daughter, Ava Raine, is currently signed to WWE, works on the NXT brand. She followed the footsteps of the great-grandfather Peter Melville, grandfather Rocky Johnson, father Dwayne Johnson. Shawn Michaels recently said that The Rock's daughter is gaining confidence in WWE. During the NXT Deadline conference call, Shawn Michaels also, in that conference media call, discussed Ava Raine's development in NXT. He thinks that she has been a huge kick in the shorts, as she's doing a fantastic job with her gimmick. Shawn Michaels praised her for getting comfortable with her character and enjoying the process. Says here, and I quote, "First of all, from her character standpoint, she has been a huge kick in shorts. I think she's doing fantastic. We were just talking about it the other day. Her facials, she looks fantastic. She's really getting comfortable, and that's the most important thing. She's really beginning too, as we say. Shawn Michaels goes on to say that get into this character and enjoy the process from an in-ring standpoint. I guess I would say I would have to ask one of the coaches on that. I think with everybody, she is pretty much developing, working at an absolutely great pace. From the reports I read, it's fantastic and successful. And then he goes on to say, for us, it's just very exciting to have her plugged into the schedule and for her to be just enjoying that role, getting comfortable with it, looking natural, not looking difficult for her to do. She doesn't seem to be struggling. I think she's really gaining confidence as well. And that's so important to this. We're very excited, obviously, for her and her development here. I guess that biggest thing for us is that she's having some fun. This is a very young group that we have here. And I really love for them to enjoy and have fun while they're doing it, because I think it makes this job a lot easier to do with, quote, said Shawn Michaels. Ava Ray created a lot of buzz on the internet after she revealed herself as the fourth member of the Scouts on NXT. The fourth generation wrestler wants to carve out her own path. Oh, does she really? She's just getting started on the roster. We'll have to see about that. Says Ringside News, also, she's making sure others let her do her thing. Fans were certainly shocked to see The Rock's daughter debut as a heel. The Rock also reacted to his daughter's NXT debut. Have to wait to see how Ava Ray will be booked in the coming weeks. Fans are interested in her current direction. You guys look forward to seeing Ava Ray? Let me know. There's some more news on Shawn Michaels. As I said earlier, Shawn Michaels was still in the Deadline media conference. This time he discussed getting NXT talent ready for the main roster during the NXT Deadline media conference. I thought I've already went over this, but he said it is a gradual process, but there is no cookie cutter situation or solution across the board for everyone. He says here, and I quote, obviously, when they go to the main roster, that's what they are also going to need for the most part. Honestly, from an action standpoint and a wrestling standpoint, they are live TV every week now, and that's how they are learning. But there are still opportunities to, as you know, for us to pre-tape certain backstage things of that nature. Raw and SmackDown, you might get that, but there is also a chance you might not, and more likely you won't. You won't have to do it live. Then he goes on to say, we have been trying to get some of these people that we feel are ready for that. And yes, this is all about the developmental process. It's sort of like the boiling of the water. You just sort of send them in there and get it going. And those talent you feel like can take it, we turn up the heat a little bit more. They handle that, we turn it up a little bit more. It has proven successful. They have all delivered on it, and this process has worked. End quote. While NXT is a stage for up-and-coming talent, many veterans of the main roster have recently worked there. Dolph Ziggler, AJ Styles, Natalya, and others are included in this. Most recently, the New Day is scheduled to face Pretty Deadly at Deadline for the NXT Tag Team titles. Guess I have to see how Shawn's strategy is. It'll also be intriguing to see how the new talents perform on the main roster. We do have some news on Julius Creed. So there are big things coming for Julius Creed on the main roster, says NXT. in Triple H's administration. Now, the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, is one of the most renewed WWE legends of all time. We all know that, but when going back to Julius Creed, he signed with WWE NXT in 2020 after being discovered by WWE veteran Gerald Briscoe at the 2018 NCAA Division Wrestling Championships. Now, with his Brothers Creed, signing with the company a year later, the duo came together to be known as the Creed Brothers, becoming a part of the Dynamite faction alongside Rod Strong and Ivy Nile. The former NXT Tag Team Champions, along with his brother, have established themselves as a credible tag team in NXT. Now, WWE Senior Vice President of Talent Developmental Creative Shawn Michaels recently stated that Julius Creed is a very talented individual with a lot of potential. Shawn spoke about this during another media call to promote Saturday's WWE NXT Deadline event. He says here, and I quote, "Certainly, he is an unbelievable athlete. You can tell him you need to cut your side brushes. He is going to get it done. He is unbelievably driven young man, an incredible hard worker. As you guys see, very talented." End quote. Michaels further elaborated his long-term vision and current progress of the emerging NXT superstar. He goes on to say, he continues, "He may end up going the rest of his career and never got to smile and be angry, but down here, we want to make sure that we, have them valuable. At least the ability to do things. So I feel that's where we are with Julius and his brother." End quote. The headliner concluded by stating that he sees a great deal of potential in the Creed brothers. Obviously, NXT has big plans for them. He goes on to say, "There are two guys when you give them a goal. They try to make sure they do everything they can to achieve that goal. I think there is, a great deal of potential there in both of them." The Creed brothers defeated MSK to win the Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic in February 2022. Julius and brothers further went on to win the NXT Tag Team Championships, dethroning Pretty Deadly at NXT In Your House in June 2022. You guys think Julius can become a future NXT champion? Let me know in the live chat. There's some news on Sonya Deville. Now, Deville is currently not happy about her current WWE booking. Deville was even buried in her mini feud with Liv Morgan. In fact, her last television match was almost a month ago on the November the 11th edition of SmackDown, where she participated and lost a six-way match. The last match in general was on November the 25th as she beat Kiana James in a dark match before SmackDown. Recently, she took to Twitter to let everyone know that she wants to wrestle. She says, and I quote, "I want to wrestle." She said it on Twitter. End quote. Sonya Deville seems frustrated that she hasn't been able to wrestle in recent weeks. Well, we have to see how WWE or what WWE has in store for her in the future. Probably gonna have her sitting in Titus K-Ring for 3 months. Real talent. Okay. we got next here? Oh, Bray Wyatt's grandfather. There's some news on him, man. Or Bray Wyatt, I think it's either Bray Wyatt's grandfather or Bray Wyatt's dad. Barry Windham. There's some news on him, man. There's some more news on him. So, Barry Windham is stabilized out of ICU after heart attack. The 62-year-old suffered a heart attack this past Friday while traveling through the Atlanta airport. The news was shared by Wyndham's niece, Mika Rotunda, the sister of Bray Wyatt and Bo Dallas. Mika recently shared a positive update on Uncle Barry's health. Mika also set up a fundraiser to help Windham's family pay for medical expenses. She took to Twitter and thanked everyone who had reached out to contribute and sent their well wishes during this struggle. Mika shared that he is stabilized out of ICU. Barry is now talking, and he is able to stand. Says here, and I quote, "Thank you to all who have reached out, prayed, contributed, and sent well wishes to my Uncle Barry this week. I want to give an update. I'm grateful to say he is stabilized and out of ICU, talking, and able to stand," she says. Then she says, "Thanks again, everyone. There absolutely is power in prayer." End quote. It's the second time Barry Windham has suffered a heart attack. The former NWA World Heavyweight Champion went into cardiac arrest in 2011. The doctors had to perform an emergency procedure on him at the time as well. Obviously, my thoughts and prayers go out to Wyndham's family during these hard times. I see that my sources, Ringside News, sent their thoughts and prayers too. I see it on here. What's y'all's take? If you guys go to Twitter and type in Mika Rotunda, you'll see her account. And you can see that tweet from her. That tweet from her is still on there when I checked. From what I checked, anyway. I mean, my Twitter accounts are still suspended, but I can still see everybody's activity on Twitter. I can still see what they tweet out. I don't care, man. Fuck Twitter, dude. I don't even need it. I got my community page now on YouTube. I don't even need Twitter, dude. I can post I'd rather post my voting polls on YouTube than on Twitter anyway. I'd rather post my content on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Twitter has nothing but a bunch of intoxicated fucking IWC no-life degenerates on there. And I mean that in the positive, I mean that in a serious way positive. Like, really. Bunch of half-witted, dumb fucking idiots on there, man. Really. That's why I'm glad my Twitter accounts are gone. I don't even care. Fuck them, man. They won't get my Twitter's accounts back. Forget them. Forget it. Tired of arguing with the negative WWE geeks online every day, man. It's just ridiculous. So far, nobody has argued with me so far in the last few years, man. And when I had Twitter, yeah. Ever since I had Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, and YouTube, nobody has really argued with me so far, which is a good thing. Thank goodness. No negative people on here shitting on the channel saying IWN's an asshole. Why you gotta be so negative? Why you complaining? I can say what I want, man. Something sucks, I'm gonna call it out. If the show's great, I'm gonna call it out and say the show's great. The show's fantastic. If you're a wrestling fan, you have to call stuff out, right? You gotta say how you feel about the show. You gotta give your thoughts on the matches that are booked for the show. Just every wrestling promotion needs to make sure their shows are written and produced right, man. And make sure the matches are booked right as well. That's all that matters, really. Make sure you have a good, solid roster. Solid men's and women's roster, man. You know? Stuff like that, too. Make sure the 50-50 booking is not all terrible. Make sure you got the right people writing and producing AEW, WWE. And right now, Tony Khan needs more producers and writers. Still. Until this day, I still think that. He needs a general manager, AEW general manager, and an AEW executive director. That's what he needs. That's what he all needs. So Tony Khan can stop writing these shows by himself and let the real AEW writers and producers handle it. Let management handle the booking too, man. Jeez Louise, dude. My goodness. Now, WWE. I have some news on John Cena. WWE confirms John Cena's television return. Oh my. Well, given that WrestleMania season is about to start, I mean, I can see why that news is popping up. I can see why that news is trending on social media as well. Might be. We all know John Cena is a 16-time world champion and helped WWE grow in many ways. Whenever John Cena makes his return to WWE television nowadays, it is always treated as a momentous occasion. The leader of C Nation was last seen during the June 27th episode of Monday Night Raw, celebrated his 20th anniversary with the company. During that episode, he cut a heartfelt promo to the audience in Tennessee. He then had a brief confrontation with Austin Theory. Oh, dang. According to Joe Otis of Variety, John Cena is slated to appear on the December 30th episode of SmackDown. Man, I know John Cena is glad that Vince McMahon is gone. I know he's glad that Vince McMahon retired, and he's probably glad that Johnny Laurinaitis, People Power, Divas, glad that he's gone. I know I'm glad he's gone. He was the worst head of talent relations that WWE's ever had, man. Thank God. They can get Bruce Pritchard gone, the WWE would be even more better. And then us smart guys out here in the community would be celebrating. Like me. Like JD and others. Now, John Cena is slated to appear on the December 30th episode of SmackDown, which will emanate from the O'Malley Arena in Tampa, Florida. For the time being, it is not known what John Cena will be doing during that episode. Either he's going to be in the match against Gunther, or unfortunately, I have to say his name. I don't know why. He's not even a wrestler. He shouldn't even be in WWE. He might even be in the match against Logan Paul. WWE later confirmed Variety's report by sending out a tweet via their public relations account. I hope we get John Cena versus Gunther for WrestleMania 39. I think that's the best match to go. I mean, Gunther's not going to have any other opponents. John Cena's his only option, man. To be honest. If Logan Paul gets booked for WrestleMania 39, he'll have to find someone else. He'll have to find somebody else to judge. I feel like John Cena is going to be Gunther's only opponent at this point. Gunther has nobody else at this point, dude. Like, John Cena is his only option. I could just see it as being his last opponent for 2022, man. Now, it says here, and I quote, as exclusively reported by Variety, John Cena will appear on the final SmackDown of 2022. End quote. Sorry, y'all, my eyes are bothering me. Oh, no wonder. It's 5-something in the morning. John Cena is also booked for a movie shoot prior to WrestleMania 39. Ringside News exclusively reported that there are talks between the two sides. Vince McMahon also gave his blessings to John Cena to appear for WWE as often as he can. Let's have to wait and see what WWE will have planned for Cena once he returns at the very end of this month. WrestleMania season hasn't started quite yet, but it's getting there. What do you guys think John Cena will do, man? Now, let's introduce WrestleMania 39. Speaking of WrestleMania 39, WWE filming material for WrestleMania 39 this week. Actually, last week. They did it last week, actually. WWE is always looking to make each and every premium live event a huge occasion and something to remember forever. Next year, WrestleMania 39 will be taking place, and it is shaping up to be one of the biggest events in the history of premium live event. Let's hope so. Hopefully it will. WrestleMania 39 is scheduled for April the 1st and 2nd, 2023 at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, California. I think it's safe to say Triple H will make sure that he'll give us the WrestleMania 39 that we want to watch, that we want to invest our time in watching, a WrestleMania that we will somewhat enjoy, full of great matches on that pay-per-view. Triple H is doing great right now, man, and I think he's focusing on making changes to NXT right now. I think he's done making changes to Raw and SmackDown. He's not done with the returns yet. There's still people slated to come back, like Bronson Reed and all these other people, these other talents. We could be seeing Eric Young coming back with Dean and Killian Dane and Alexander Wolf. You know, you never know. That Cody Deaner guy could be coming with Eric Young to WWE. It will be Hollywood themed and will feature a lot of big names for the event as well. According to a report by Sean Rossap behind Fightful's Paywall, the company has been filming materials in Los Angeles for WrestleMania 39. It says here, and I quote from Sean Rossap, WWE has been filming materials in Los Angeles for WrestleMania. We'll have more on that later. End quote. WWE has also planned on bringing a lot of celebrities for WrestleMania 39. Oh, God. I don't know why they would want to bring celebrities. But I guess we'll find out when April gets here. We'll have to wait and see whether the show of shows will end up becoming a memorable event or not. You guys excited about WrestleMania 39? I feel like the celebrities are going to ruin the spotlight for some of the talent that is booked, that is slated to have their matches on that pay-per-view. That's what I feel like. I don't know about you guys. I mean, what's the purpose of having celebrities there? The celebrities should be there to be sitting in seats, not to be booking matches. Like celebrities like Logan Paul, those celebrities should be in the tennis. They should be sitting in seats watching all the WWE matches that are booked for that WrestleMania pay-per-view, not be booked in a match for WrestleMania pay-per-view. You mean tell me Logan Paul and Bad Bunny are going to be at WrestleMania 39? Wouldn't you rather have them sit in seats and watch the match than have them wrestle in the ring? I mean, I'm not saying they're bad, but I mean, they're not wrestlers. I mean, why do you need celebrities there? Sure, I want to know. What, to make WrestleMania entertaining? Probably. That's probably the reason why they had them there anyway. Probably to boost up the WrestleMania ratings. Oh, man. Whatever. Getting closer to the road to WrestleMania start, it seems that WWE has their eye on Cody Rhodes. Now, says Ringside News, we have more assurance that the American Nightmare will be a part of the shows. This is what Ringside News is saying, not me. Cody Rhodes has been out of action after a torn pectoral muscle that required surgery. It appears that WWE is already making plans for his return to the ring. Sean Sapp reported behind Pfeiffer's paywall that Cody Rhodes' likeness was used for WrestleMania 39 promo work. It was not noted if Rhodes was present himself for the shoot. It was part of WWE's shooting this weekend in Los Angeles for WrestleMania 39, which again was last week. I don't know why I said this week. I keep saying that. And I quote, that WWE filmed a commercial Thursday in Los Angeles that featured Cody Rhodes. Or at the very least, someone dressed up exactly like him. And The Miz locking up on a Los Angeles bridge. We're told that Maurice was supposed to be in attendance as well, but we aren't sure if it was for a specific commercial spot or just be there. In addition, Triple H and Bad Bunny were both in town as Triple H has posted a picture with him. End quote. It was also reported that WWE fully expects to have Cody Rhodes back in time for WrestleMania. They were told by the company's sources was never really in doubt. It was not noted actually what kind of match they have in mind for the American Nightmare. Another way to see when Cody Rhodes makes his way back to WWE, obviously he has a lot of fans who will be pulling for him to keep going with the same momentum. I could see him coming back at Royal Rumble. I could see him winning the Men's Royal Rumble. And I could see him being booked in a match against Roman Reigns for the WWE Championship. And when he does get booked in the WWE Championship match, he is going to lose. Roman Reigns, the Tribal Chief, is going to lose to Cody Rhodes. He's going to drop that title to Cody Rhodes. And that right there will be your new WWE champion, Cody Rhodes, man. There are 2 Roman Reigns matches that I think are going to be booked for WrestleMania. And one of them is going to be Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns. The other one's going to be Roman Reigns versus The Rock with no title. I mean, why would you include a title in the Rock versus Roman Reigns match where Roman Reigns needs a title? It does not need a title. We want to see Roman versus The Rock without the Universal or WWE title. There shouldn't be no title in that match. They don't need no title in that match, man. No title shouldn't be defended at all. The Rock versus Roman Reigns should be done. In other words, The Rock versus Roman Reigns should be a one-on-one match. It should not be a title match. Now, Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns for WrestleMania 39 should be a WWE Championship match. You better believe Cody Rhodes is punching his ticket to the Royal Rumble. When he does, he's going to win the Royal Rumble. He's going to challenge Roman Reigns for the WWE Championship. And when he does, Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns for the WWE Championship will be booked for WrestleMania 39. And it's probably going to happen on night 1. And when it does happen on night 1 or night 2, Cody Rhodes is going to beat Roman Reigns. He's going to become WWE Champion. And then Roman Reigns is going to have his last match, his last WrestleMania match, which will be against The Rock. That will probably be in night 2, I'm guessing. That should be the main event of WrestleMania night 2, I believe, in my opinion. And Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns for the WWE Championship should be in the main event of night 1. That's the way I feel about it. Let me know if you guys agree with what I'm saying. But anyways, we'll have to see if Cody Rhodes makes his way back to WWE. Obviously, he has a lot of fans who will be pulling for him to keep going with the same momentum. He was on when he had to take off after Hell in a Cell. What is y'all take on Cody Rhodes, man? You guys are a huge fan of Cody Rhodes? Let me know. Man, I gotta be a little bit more quicker. Battery's on 17% now. Damn it. Okay, now if we giving out that news, let's see. Now if we're giving out news on Cody Rhodes. Oh yeah, there's some more news on Matt Riddle. I said that earlier. So there's some news on when Matt Riddle is expected to be back. I was looking at my phone and I was thinking. Because I had all the news that I was going to give out listed in the description. I was kind of thinking when I was looking at my phone. There is some news on when Matt Riddle is expected to be back. Let me give me some time here to find it. Oh, there it is. There it is. I found it. WWE reviews Matt Riddle's expected return date. When is he expected to be back? I have the answers to that for you guys. Matt Riddle teamed up with Elias to take the undisputed WWE Tag Team Championships from the Usos. So we got Matt Riddle with Elias. Actually, instead of Elias, we got Matt Riddle with Kevin Owens versus the Usos, Jimmy and Jay, for the WWE Undisputed Tag Team Championships. So Sikoa had other plans for him. Street Champion sent the original Bro out of the arena, a stretcher after the match this past Monday on Raw. They provided a medical update on Matt Riddle during SmackDown. Michael Cole noted that Matt Riddle suffered a trauma to the trachea and lost his voice due to the brutal attack by Sikoa. Cole further stated that Riddle is expected to be out of action for 6 weeks. So, for those not in the know, Sikoa laid out Riddle with a Samoan spike after the tag title match on the December 5th, 2022 episode of Monday Night Raw. Street Champion brutalized Riddle with a running hip attack as well. Riddle was pulled from WWE live events in the wake of the brutal attack. It remains to be seen if the original Bro is dealing with a legitimate injury or was written off of WWE television for other reasons. Now, it says here, and I quote, due to attack by Solo Sikoa on that Raw, Riddle is suspected to be out of action for 6 weeks. Yes, folks, he's suspected to be out for 6 weeks. So think about it. Think about it. He should be back around before the time of the Royal Rumble. My prediction is that he's going to be back for the Royal Rumble. That's my prediction right there. There you go. Now, moving on to the next WWE Sunday morning news. This one's on Bray Wyatt. We got more news on him. And I'm going to show you guys that emotional video of Bray Wyatt, too, that I want you to see. Fuck the damn copyright claim stuff. Forget it. I'm not going to be in trouble. It says here that Bray Wyatt has been all about his various entertaining gimmicks in WWE for the past decade. Bray Wyatt is one of the greatest minds in WWE, man. I mean, come on. If you don't think he's one of the greatest minds in WWE, you got to be a complete fool. I'm just saying. A complete freaking idiot, man. Many people also know that Wyatt is a part of the legendary Rotunda wrestling family, which consists of his father, IRS, brother, Bo Dallas, late grandfather, Blackjack, Legend, uncles, and Dale, Barry Windham, which he's out of the ICU, and I think he's recovering now. Now, Wyatt is in need of help for his uncle Barry. It's previously reported earlier in the week, Barry Windham suffered a massive heart attack while traveling through the Atlanta airport. He suffered cardiac arrest Windham was transported to the ICU, and now members of his family are asking for donations. And of course, I gave out the news on him being stabilized and out of the ICU. So he's out of the ICU currently. In a video that was published on his Instagram account, Wyatt shared an emotional message as he broke character to speak about his uncle Windham's current situation. He says, and I quote, "I must thank one specific man, Michael Todd Lulick, who was there, a random citizen, and he gave him CPR in there throughout the entire time before everyone else and the EMTs can get to him. And he stayed with him, and he's the reason that we have Barry still. He's alive, he's with us." And Barry Windham has given his life to his profession. His whole life has been about this, just like mine. And he puts everything into it. I wanted to share that I am incredibly thankful to have him back. And my sister set up a GoFundMe in his name. They're not obligated to share. No one is obligated to share anything. But if you could, that would be incredibly helpful. And then Bray Wyatt goes on to say in another long paragraph that, and take it from me, sometimes when you're someone like that, it's incredibly powerful to remind them that they mean a lot of people. And I hope everyone out there that's hearing this, I hope you take this from me. Be good to the ones you love. Always remind them about how much they mean to you, because nothing is forever. Thank you for everything, guys. End quote. That was from Bray Wyatt. So far, they have raised 36 quadrillion of a 200 quadrillion goal. Barry Windham was released from the hospital. He's on the road to recovery after being able to stand, stabilized, and out of the ICU. I said that in the beginning, see? I'm not lying. All right, guys. I'm going to pull up the video. Now, I want you guys to listen to what Bray Wyatt has to say, because I just read it. So I want him in the video. All right, now this is what Bray Wyatt. Hold on, I gotta pull it up first. Let me make the screen a little bit bigger here. Oh well, if I get a copyright, I get a copyright. Oh well, it's not like I'm gonna get in trouble for it. So this is what Bray Wyatt said. Listen to this, guys.
Normally, I keep a lot of my outside life separate from anything that I do on here in the ring. I just wanted to let everyone know that I'm incredibly thankful for the support and the love that I've received since I'm back and throughout my career. The wrestling has been a part of my life always. When I was a kid, I looked at my dad, my uncles, and my grandfather, who were all professional wrestlers. I looked at them as if they were Greek gods or something. Like they couldn't feel pain. You know, they were immortal. They'll always be just like that. As we get older, you know, and I become a man myself, you know, you start to understand that that's just not the case. You know, nothing is forever. This week, my uncle Barry Windham, he had a massive heart failure in Atlanta, and he went down, and he didn't have a pulse for 10 to 20 minutes. You know, so he was away, he was gone. And I wanted to thank one specific man, Michael Todd Lulick, who was there, a random citizen, and he gave him CPR in there for that entire time before, you know, everyone else could get, the EMTs could get to him, and he was, you know, he stayed with him, and he's the reason that, you know, we have Barry still alive. And Barry Windham has given his life to his profession, you know. his whole life has been about this, just like mine, and he put everything into it. And I just wanted to share that I'm incredibly thankful to have him back. And my sister set up a GoFundMe in his name, and you're not obligated to share. No one's obligated to share anything, but if you could, that would be incredibly helpful. And take it from me, sometimes, when you're someone like that, it's incredibly powerful to remind them that they mean a lot to a lot of people. And I hope everyone out there that's hearing this, I hope you take this from me. Be good to the ones you love. Always remind them about that and how much they mean to you, because nothing is forever. Yeah. Thank you for everything, guys.
And that was a very, very good emotional. I don't know about you guys, but that was a very, very good emotional message on the behalf of his uncle, Barry Windham. Goes to show you how much Bray Wyatt cares about not only WWE, but his entire family as well. Good stuff, man. Good stuff from Bray Wyatt. Bray Wyatt has been on the road, man. He's doing great for himself right now. He can't give up right now. He can't. He just can't. Now, what did you guys think of that video? You guys think of Bray Wyatt's emotional message on behalf of his uncle, Barry Windham? Let me know. All right, moving on to the next WWE Sunday morning news. I'm going to try to speed it up so I can end the stream as much as possible because I know my batteries are going down. There's some news on WWE superstars being spotted. Top WWE superstars being spotted at the Top WWE superstars being spotted at the 2K23 project. So, as you guys know, I have WWE 2K22 on my PS4. WWE 2K23 is currently one of the most anticipated wrestling video games on the schedule. Following the popularity of this game, many people have high hopes for the next one. The latest installment of the franchise, fans finally got GM mode. Several superstars have been recently spotted in Los Angeles filming a commercial for the video game series. Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes are said to be in Los Angeles this week, filming a commercial for the new 2K video game. WWE 2K22 is the latest installment in the video game series, based on the sports entertainment company. You know what? Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns being in Los Angeles is definitely a sign that that match for the WWE Championship is happening at WrestleMania 39. That's got to be a huge sign right there. That's just me. I'm just guessing, man. I'm just using my mind, my brain, man. What I'm thinking about stuff. It was launched earlier this year with great success. 2K23 is likely to be released in the next few months. However, very little information regarding the future game has been released. Multiple superstars, including Roman Reigns, Rhea Ripley, Bianca Belair, Cody Rhodes, Dominic Mysterio, Rey Mysterio, have been in and out of Los Angeles in recent days, according to PW Insider. It says here, and I quote, a number of WWE stars have been in and out of Los Angeles this week, filming a commercial for the WWE 2K video game series. PWInsider.com has confirmed with multiple sources. Rhea Ripley, Damian Priest, Bianca Belair, Cody Rhodes, Dominic Mysterio, Johnny Gargano, Rey Mysterio, and more are among those who were taking part in film shots over the last several days. Then it says here, they go on to say that Paul Levesque, Triple H, noted a few days ago that he met with Bad Bunny in Los Angeles as well. There's no word yet if that means one or both were also involved in appearing on camera for the video game franchise, says PW Insider. End quote. The city will host WrestleMania next year. According to the report, they are taking part in filming for the next video game in the 2K series. Triple H, the company's chief content officer, recently posted a selfie on social media of himself with Bad Bunny in Los Angeles. It's unclear whether the music will be featured in the video game or not. Let's see what happens, says Ringside News. You guys know why I'm saying it like that. Now, SmackDown viewership sees huge jump after a week on FS1. Now, that is surprising there. That is very, very surprising. That's surprising because number one, Roman Reigns wasn't on SmackDown last week, and number two, LA Knight was on there, and not Bray Wyatt. Now, direct to air SmackDown on FS1 last week. Even when Bray Wyatt on SmackDown, the viewership would still go up too. So, because of the World Cup, they were back on Fox. So the viewership improved dramatically. According to Spoiler TV, December 9th episode of WWE SmackDown on Fox brought an overnight average of 2.115 million viewers with a 0.5 and 18 to 49 demographic. And I'll just go over the other two and then move on to the next Sunday morning news here. WWE Sunday morning news. November 25th, Black Friday episode of Friday Night SmackDown drew 2.064 million views with a 0.45 and 1849 demographic. They had several issues with the broadcast getting prompted by college football in the FIFA World Cup. And then this last one I'm going to go over with you guys is the viewership of November the 8th episodes. They brought in an overnight average of 2,130,000 viewers. It's probably 2,130,000 viewers. Either that's one. It's one or two. With a 0.50 and 1849 demographic. November 11th episode of WWE SmackDown drew in 2.114 million viewers with a 0.5 and 18 to 49 demographic. That is all I'm going to go over for that one with SmackDown viewership. Now, so apparently there's some news on Sasha Banks. Her NG, or New Japan Pro Wrestling, should I say, deal is not through WWE. So Sasha Banks' New Japan Pro Wrestling deal is not through WWE right now. Dave Meltzer recently reported that Banks' appearance for New Japan Pro Wrestling isn't really booked through WWE. The veteran journalist noted that New Japan Pro Wrestling believes Banks will become a free agent by the time Wrestle Kingdom 17 arrives. Says here, and I quote, "This deal is not through WWE, so if the appearances is blocked legally by WWE, it means she will be a free agent by that date. WWE can still sign her, but New Japan Pro Wrestling believes she is free and clear by January the 4th. End quote. Current IWGP Heavyweight Champion Jay White said he'd love to introduce himself to Sasha Banks and asked her if she'd be interested in joining the Bullet Club. You know what she's going to say? Hell no. Oh, man. She's probably going to say similar to that, though. Anyways. We have some news on Kofi Kingston finally breaking insane WWE record at NXT Deadline. Hell, you might as well say the New Day. Never mind Kofi Kingston. Jesus Christ, dude. Really? Ringside News, you guys are some comedians, man. Really? Anyways, Kofi Kingston worked incredibly hard to earn himself a place at the top of WWE. Kofi Kingston pairing with Xavier Woods and Big E helped his tag team career in a major way as well. The New Day member broke an all-time WWE record. Last night, Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods defeated Pretty Deadly to win the NXT Tag Team Championships. Having recently concluded NXT Deadline Premium Live event, we just went over that match in my NXT Deadline 2022 review. As of course, with that win, Kofi Kingston now has the most tag team title reigns in WWE history. Saturday's huge win made Kofi Kingston a record-setting 15-time tag team champion in WWE. Damn, that's past the Briscoes. That is legitimately past the Briscoes' reign. You know, the Briscoes are 13-time Ring of Honor World Tag Team Champions. That is well past, a little bit past the Briscoes' reign. Now, the New Day member surpassed Booker T's record of 14 tag team title wins in WCW and WWE. That's probably why there was news on Booker T saying that he doesn't like seeing the New Day in NXT because of that. Booker T is a fucking clown, dude. He doesn't give a fuck. He always has terrible opinions and takes about something all the time. No surprise. Kofi Kingston has won tag team titles alongside Evan Bourne. I think it's freaking hilarious that Booker T has terrible takes in the Oh man, just think about it. It just makes me want to laugh, man. It's just freaking funny, dude. It really is. He's won tag team titles alongside Evan Bourne, R-Truth, CM Punk, Xavier Woods, and Big E. It remains to be seen if Shawn Michaels will book New Day to hold the NXT Tag Team titles for the foreseeable future. Man, it's 5-something in the morning. I'm still going. I ain't done. Still got more. Well, at least I got a little bit more anyway. I'm trying to make it fast because my laptop is on 9%. Not good. There's some news on WWE announcing New Year's Eve air date. Yes, folks, I'm talking about NXT New Year's Eve. You know, the pay-per-view we had, the pay-per-view that we had last year. And Bitch and Bruce was in charge. Good thing they're not in charge anymore. Good thing they're gone from WWE. Well, Bruce ain't. Be glad when he is. WWE held the inaugural NXT New Year's Eve television special on January the 6th, 2021. The company brought back the show this year as well. WWE revealed the air date for the third annual New Year's Eve television event. WWE announced that the third annual New Year's Eve show will take place at the Performance Center in Orlando, Florida. Now, they just said premium live events will be coming out of Performance Center. Here I am. Here we are. And now they're saying that the New Year's Eve show will be taking place in the Performance Center in Orlando, Florida. What the fuck? So far, Tiffany Stratton's return is the only segment announced for the show. I could have sworn I gave you guys the news last week on them moving out of the Performance Center. They said they were moving out of the Performance Center. Now they got New Year's Eve taking place at the Performance Center. Which is it? Are you moving out of Performance Center, or are you gonna have all the pay-per-views and all the shows in the Performance Center? I mean, which is it, man? I mean, I don't get it, man. WWE has a history of making things confusing sometimes. Typical WWE cringe stuff they do. They make it confusing. They try to clickbait us sometimes. They do that. I don't know why. Shit is so dumb. Like, quit with the clickbaiting, man. Give us the real truth. Give us the true answers, man. Quit with the clickbaiting, man. Seriously. Finn Balor successfully defended the NXT Championship against Kyle O'Reilly at the first ever New Year's Eve television special event. Bron Breakker on the other hand, won the NXT Championship from Tommaso Ciampa during the second New Year's Evil event. I know someone that's evil, the devil, MJF, on AEW television. What's y'all's take on this story? Let me know. I cannot wait to see MJF on AEW, man. I'm waiting to see what other great promos that MJF's going to cut on AEW Dynamite, man. That guy is a good promo cutter, man. He really is. He really is, man. I love when he shits on the fans and on some of the AEW talent, man. He really knows how to make somebody's day better, man. Like, for real. In a positive way, too. Anyways, there's some news on the future of Iron Survivor Challenge matches that has been seemingly reviewed. Now, the NXT Premium Live event did feature Iron Savage Challenge matches for the men and women. They were won by Grayson Waller and Roxanne Perez, respectively. Fans certainly loved the matches as well. They might see more of those matches in the future. While speaking during the post NXT Deadline press conference, Shawn Michaels was asked about the future of Iron Survivor Challenge matches. He said, and I quote, "We will judge its success. I think it went really well. I think there were a lot of people that expected it to flop. What I really love about it here is that we're allowed to try a lot of stuff. You look at this concept, go, okay, are there a number of different ways we can still continue to mess with it? And can we make it good, exciting on a regular basis? And once we figure it out, we can make an educated decision if it's something you want to do annually or something you pull out every now and then." End quote. The Iron Survivor Challenge matches were certainly an exciting set of matches for fans. It only took them about 2 days to get those matches together as well. By the looks of it, fans might be seeing the matches return next year. Now, your last WWE Sunday morning news is on WWE getting Bron Breakker ready for the main roster. Bron Breakker is one of the most naturally gifted talents on the roster, the NXT roster, which is why many fans are baffled as to why Bron hasn't made his main roster debut yet. During post-deadline press conference, Shawn Michaels also was all praised for Bron Breakker. HBK also mentioned he would like to wrap Bron Breakker in a bowl before sending him to the WWE main roster. He says, and I quote, "I'll say this. Look, Bron's always a guy. I think see that he's our horse riding here at NXT. But again, look, I guess I'll always say this. Bron is always gotta be on that, the list. Everybody sees so much potential in him. He's just one, I guess, that I look at again, that I say that we'd love to be able to keep him here just for a little bit. So we just round him out. I feel like he can go up there and do things here and there on the main roster. But I think, continue to let us keep him here and help him along. I guess I feel like we have some other people. I guess maybe you could insert right in. I don't know. Not feel like you had to worry one way or another. And again, you'd have to do it with Bron. He's going to step up to any challenge. But he's just, look, I guess selfishly, I'd like to be able to keep him here and really round him out as perfectly as we can. When we have that opportunity, I guess I don't see the rush. I don't ever want to keep him from any opportunities. I would never do that. But again, if we have the option to keep him and make him a more well-rounded performer for the main roster, I look at him to have the time to do that. I'll never want to give the impression that Bron's not a guy that, says Shawn Michaels. He goes on to say, we'd be thrilled to have on the main roster, because he obviously is. I would just like to make him. I'd like to wrap him up nicely in a bowl and deliver him to them. You know what I mean. Perfectly ready to go. End quote. Bron Breakker successfully defends his NXT Championship against Apollo Crews at NXT Deadline in an exciting encounter. Following the match, he was attacked by Grayson Waller, indicating the start of a new storyline. Have to see what's next for Bron Breakker. They're not rushing his NXT exit right now. So that's going to do it for your WWE Sunday morning news. Now we're going to go over your AEW Sunday morning news. Yes, folks, we're going to go over your AEW Sunday morning news. We're going to start with the news on Josh Alexander. Yes, there's some news on him, in case you guys didn't know. Josh Alexander says signing with AEW was an option. So Alexander spoke to Chris Van Vliet recently, and he confirmed that signing with AEW was on the table during his free agency. In the end, he ultimately felt that staying with Impact Wrestling was the right move for him. Says here, and I quote, "It was finally on the table. It was finally a thought and all this other stuff. I wouldn't say it was too close because with all the stuff that had been happening in Impact, I really feel like I should stay. And like also happening in AEW with me watching every week, I still watch every time to this day. I still watch everything to this day," he says. And he goes on to say, "But I just like, for me as a pro wrestler, my fulfillment of what I do is to go out there, wrestle, and show what I can do." That's the same way with Ethan Page, guys. But he says, "I think my benefit is to belt to belt. That is where I will gain notoriety. That is where I will show my worth in the pro wrestling scene." Time watching AEW, it didn't look like a lot of people were getting opportunities to do stuff outside of like the top 20 people that were on the roster. You'd see people shuffle in and out and shuffle in and out. It out there. They get their runs for a few weeks and they go back to shorter matches on AEW Dark, and it was just Impact has been so good to me. We're the first company that gave me an opportunity, gave me that visa, did this stuff. It's like all been roses since I got there, man. I won the title belts 3 months ago, or 3 months after I signed. I won the title belts 3 months after I signed and got there, he says. And then Josh goes on to say, I had the longest running tag team championship run, you know. And then as soon as Ethan left, everything's like going through your mind. I was stressing out. Being like, man, I hope I don't sit on the bench and just have to watch the show until they figure out what they're going to do with me. And immediately I got an opportunity in the X division. And, you know, that happened and was awesome. And all this other stuff, it was just opportunity after opportunity. I think all you can ask for is, as a wrestler, is for an opportunity to show what you can do. Give me the ball. If I drop it, that's fine. But, you know, they've given me the ball sometimes. I don't think I've dropped it yet. I'm just gonna write this out and see how it goes. End quote. As a business decision, Alexander seemed to make the right call since AEW is having issues with getting hundreds on the roster, television on a regular basis, perhaps staying with Impact. Impact, give me a break. How many fans they got in attendance now? 2? 3? Probably, I don't know. Ain't no telling. With Impact, will probably help him down the road. Nobody gives a shit about Impact. Nobody watches Impact. But anyways, Impact will help him down the road. Impact is not going to help him down the road. Impact's gonna make him look worse on TV down the road. He should get another offer from AEW or even WWE. Josh Alexander needs to get the hell away from Impact, man. One of the worst wrestling promotions in all of professional wrestling. Get him the fuck out of there. Alexander is going to be a worthy talent somewhere else. He's gonna be a star somewhere else, man. Get him out of there, dude. Get away from AEW. Like, you really can't. You really cannot keep him in Impact for long, man. Guys, I gotta shut my camera off because my battery's want to finish. News before I end the stream and get out of here. I'm not finished. My batteries are going down. Wrong with this one. Webcam has not been acting so well lately. I don't understand what's wrong with it. Okay, guys. Hold on. I had to switch places. I had to come in the kitchen and charge the laptop because I'm not finished. I'm not about to let it go off on me this time. I got the camera off so I can finish giving you guys your AEW Sunday morning news here. Now, back to what I was saying. As a businessman, or as a business decision, Alexandra seemed to make the right call since AEW is having issues with getting hundreds on their roster on television on a regular basis. Perhaps staying with Impact will help him down the road. Should he get another offer from AEW or even WWE? Yes, he should. He needs to get the fuck out of Impact. Nobody watches Impact. Impact sucks. One of the worst wrestling promotions in all of professional wrestling. Why anybody would want to wrestle on that promotion with 3 fans in attendance, man? Come on. You gotta be kidding me. Fuck out of here with this shit, man. Jason Alexander won the Impact World Championship from Christian Cage at Bound for Glory 2021. And Moose cashed in on his title shot opportunity and took the title away from him. Alexander won the title back from Moose at Rebellion on April 23rd, 2022. His current reign of 229 plus days spent with the belt ranks him 17th all time in the title's lineage. You guys think Alexander made the right call to stay in Impact? I think not. He needs to get out of there. They're gonna pretty soon. They're gonna bury him and keep him. They're gonna bury him and put him in Titus Catering until they release him from that company. That's what WWE did when Vince and Bruce was in charge. That's what Vince and Bruce's administration did with Andrade and Aleister Black, Angel Garza, and Humberto. That's what they did with Black Raiders too. That's what they did with Sonya Deville. It's ridiculous, man. Did the same thing to Aleister Black, same thing to AOP, you know. They even did it to Chelsea Green. And Xia Li. Let's not forget Shayna Baszler. They did it to her too. My goodness, man. I'll never forget it. And then all those 200 plus talent got released because A, budget cuts. Yeah, right. Don't believe it. B, I think they got released because they didn't have any other plans for them. That's what I think. Those 200 plus talent would have been good in suitable roles, would have been put in suitable roles for the 2021 Royal Rumble. I said that a few weeks ago, man. Legitimately said that a few weeks ago. Now, moving on to your next WWE Sunday morning news. It is 6:06 in the morning. I am still live. Can you believe it? I'm still here. Still live, man. I don't want to cut on the webcam because it's dark in here. The kitchen light is off, guys. I had to switch from my room to the kitchen. So, at least you guys can still hear me. That's the most important thing. Now, your next Sunday morning news, AEW Sunday morning news is on the AEW Dynamite viewership. The AEW Dynamite view continues to go down, continues to drop to an all-time low. AEW brought a lot of action on Dynamite this week as they continue to build. Well, not this week, but last week. I keep getting it mixed up. I don't know why I do that. I'm still young, man. I'm still the youngest YouTube content creator in YouTube. Still, I'm still getting a hang of things here. You know what I mean? But AEW brought a lot of action on Dynamite as they build towards Winter is Coming, which will be this week. How did the viewership turn out on such a big night as the company also closed in on Ring of Honor Final Battle this Saturday? Well, WrestleNomics reports that the December the 7th episode of AEW Dynamite brought in an average of 840,000 viewers with a .29 to 1849 demographic. The company's November the 30th episode of AEW Dynamite brought in overnight average of 870,000 viewers with a .26 and 1849 demographic. And then I'm going to give you this last one, then I'm going to move on to the next one. November the 23rd episode of AEW Dynamite brought in a viewership of 880,000 with a .32 and 1849 demographic. Going on to this next news, this one is on Sasha Banks. I have your AEW Sunday morning news on Sasha Banks. Apparently, AEW talent is excited for potential Sasha Banks signing. Sasha Banks walked out on in the middle of May 16, 2022 episode of Money. The boss was said to be frustrated with Vince McMahon's booking of the women's tag team division. Banks continues to thrive outside of WWE. She teased a potential signing with AEW as well. Sean Sapp reported behind paywall that several talent within Jacksonville-based promotion are excited about the possibility of Sasha Banks signing with AEW. Many believe the real-life Mercedes Renato coming in would be a huge ratings boost. I agree. I think it would be a huge ratings boost too. Since here, and I quote, Fightful asked about Mercedes' status with WWE after the heavy promotion of her appearing on USA Network's Permanent, or whatever that. I don't even know what that word is. Nobody that we inquired with at WWE had her any change or update on her status, or were at least willing to say as much. However, several AEW talent were excited about the possibility of her coming in. One source quickly agreed. They thought that having Sasha Banks on their show weekly is another enter for their women's division. It's another addition for their women's division, I think. That's what I think, personally. Then they go on to say something that could kickstart interest in it and feel would significantly help viewership. End quote. Previously reported Sasha Banks is expected to attend New Japan Pro Wrestling's Wrestle Kingdom 17 pay-per-view event on January the 4th, 2023. It remains to be seen if the former WWE Women's Tag Team Champions appear live before the public at New Japan Pro Wrestling's big show of the year. What y'all's take on the story? Now, there is some news on Miru. So apparently Miru rejected Tony Khan's plan for AEW return. Miro used to work as Rusev when he was in WWE, but his run in the company was ultimately marred by numerous bad booking decisions. He came to AEW changing his fortunes for a while. That did happen. However, Miro has been absent for quite some time now. Seems he even turned down plans for his return to AEW television. According to Dave Meltzer, in the Wrestling Observer newsletter, Fightful's report was not completely accurate. Meltzer reported that Miro had, in fact, turned down plans for him to return to AEW television. Says here, and I quote, Fightful reported that Miro was not healthy and not doing acting was not being used because there was no creative idea for him. The first part of it. The second part is very much not. He isn't injured and he is available. Then they go on to say ideas were presented for him in September. An angle that would go through Full Gear. But he wasn't down with them. So rather than put him on TV for no purpose, they were waiting for him to agree to creative. He's expected back soon. Sides have been talking. End quote. Miro also wants to win the AEW World title eventually. He needs to be in the feud. He needs to come. They need to come back and book him in the feud with Samoa Joe. I would love to see Miro versus Samoa Joe, man, for the team championship, man. That'd be a good match. That'd be a good feud for Samoa Joe in AEW. Now, regardless, we have to wait and see when he will finally make his comeback to AEW television. After all, fans would love to see him become the TNT champion again. I could see him feuding with Samoa Joe. See? It makes sense. Miro comes back as a babyface, feuds with Samoa Joe. They book Samoa Joe versus Miro for the TNT champion, and Miro beats Samoa Joe, becoming the new TNT champion. There's a possibility we could see Miro versus Wardlow down the line. That could be a possibility. And there's also could be a possibility of him returning back to WWE now that Triple H is in charge. So we have to look out for those. Now, the last AEW Sunday morning news I have, guys, is on the Warner Bros. Discovery fires network executive that Tony Khan was absolutely high on. Now that I'm pretty sure that's a shock to some people. I'm pretty sure, especially the people that get on ringside news, that knows all the scoops like I do, all the news and stuff. Yeah. Apparently, the Warner Bros. Discovery fight at Tony Khan was very, very high. I guess we're about to find out who that person was, because it says here that, according to a report by Variety, Warner Bros. Discovery has fired several leaders, including Jane Lemon, Nancy Daniels, Matt Butler, and Scott Lewers. AEW President Tony Khan has given tons of props to Daniels during the AEW Double Nothing 2022 post-media scrum. Especially, and I quote from Tony Khan, I feel good. I feel really good about Warner Bros. Discovery to have such strong management. Nancy Daniels, such a strong leader. She was really cool. I flew to LA and back to meet Nancy Daniels along with her team. There was some familiar faces and also new faces. It was really exciting. It was my first time at Discovery. What a great thing we had. End quote. Here is a small section of the movie sent out by Warner Bros. Discovery's USA Network's chief, Kathleen Fitch, concerning the cuts. Over these last 8 months, as a merged team, we have gained a better understanding of our combined business or organizational structure. It says here, and I quote, and it's become more clear that we need to make additional adjustments for the future as we evolve to for a more streamlined operation. I'm announcing a reorganization today that will ultimately enable our business to run more effectively and collaboratively across all the brand's business functions while maintaining our robust culture of content creation and powerful storytelling. Fortunately, the changes required will include the elimination of some positions within our content teams and of some long-time leaders who have been a part of the company for many years. Warner Bros. Discovery was also thrilled with the ratings for this week's episode of AEW Dynamite. Have to wait and see what's next in store for their current partnership. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for your WWE AEW Sunday morning news. You guys enjoy listening to me go over all your WWE AEW Sunday morning news from Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. We're on the road to 600. Make sure when I schedule my watch-alongs and reviews, make sure you hit the notify me button. Turn on the bell for all notifications, man, so you don't miss a single watch-along review that goes live each and every week. I got lots more content to stream and produce today. I'm gonna try to get a little bit of sleep, man, here and there. But my SmackDown and Rampage review will be live this afternoon. I haven't forgot, guys. I'm actually gonna go live for the SmackDown and Rampage review and go over SmackDown and Rampage with you guys and give you guys my thoughts on both of those shows because I didn't get to go live SmackDown and Rampage this past Friday. You guys know why already. I don't have to say it again. I told you guys earlier on the stream, on the review. Now, after the SmackDown and Rampage review, I'll be giving you guys your WWE AEW Sunday afternoon, not Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon. I just gave you guys your Sunday morning. I'll give you guys your WWE AEW Sunday afternoon news. There won't be much. There'll be a little bit. It should be a little bit, man. By the time the afternoon comes, we'll probably get some new news in there. We'll only have a little bit of WWE and AEW Sunday afternoon news. And after that, I'm going to try to do that thumbnail with Jamie Hayter and Sky Blue on it and upload that Sky Blue versus Jamie Hayter match 1 video. And then I'm probably going to relax. Probably watch me some darn TV. Relax, watch me some TV while I'm going the thumbnail background for my American Monster. And on the case with Paula Zahn watch along, man. We're gonna have a good time, man. We're gonna watch. If you guys have direct TV, ID is on channel 285. We're gonna watch an episode of American Monster and on the case of Paula Zahn. Those are 2 new episodes that will be coming on tonight. It's gonna be great. I wonder what kind of cases they have this time. I wonder who got murdered and killed this time. What kind of police do you guys think we're going to see? What kind of reaction you guys think you're going to see from me, man, when I watch this? When I watch both of these episodes, man. It's going to be crazy. No, it really is. It's a new week now. It's the 3rd week of December. Winter is coming is in either 2 or 3 days. I'm going to have everything this week scheduled. Everything scheduled right. I think, matter of fact, as soon as I schedule my American Monster and on the case of Paula Zahn watch along, I'm gonna get started on the thumbnail background from Monday Night Raw because I know who's winning the women's number 1 contenders match and I know who's winning the United States number 1 contenders match. So Monday Night Raw. The Monday Night Raw review will be scheduled early. It'll be scheduled for Tuesday afternoon because I know who's winning those matches. Trust me. I know that Alexa Bliss is walking in and walking out as the number 1 contender for Bianca Belair wins championship. It's going to happen whether people like it or not. Seth Rollins is walking in and walking out as the new number one contender for Austin Theory's United States Championship. So, it's going to happen, man. And you're going to be like, oh, IWN was right again. I'm telling you. Just watch Monday Night Raw this Monday. You'll find out. You'll know. I don't even have to watch the show and I know. I don't even have to watch Monday Night Raw and I know who's winning. Who's coming out of those matches winning. That's how fucking smart I am, dude. You can't deny the smartness out of me, man. You just cannot deny how good I really am. I feel like next year I'm going to take this channel to the next level. I'm getting OBS, as you guys know. Just soon, very, very soon, I'm downloading OBS. I'm going to be using OBS to my advantage. I will no longer be using Restream. I'll be using OBS, man. I'll be using Restream. However, I'll be using Restream for my watch-along. Now, I'll probably use Restream to stream my games. Stream games, yeah. I think that's the best way to use OBS to stream games. I may sometimes use OBS to go live for my watch-alongs reviews. I don't know how I would do it, though, because it would be my first time downloading OBS Studio. I hope somebody can guide me through that. Maybe JD or somebody that's professional, somebody that's really good with it, can guide me through OBS and show me how I can go live with my, Raw, NXT, SmackDown reviews and stuff, and how I'm supposed to do it, what I need, what layouts I need, I know JD said something about DBS Designs. I hope JD has DBS Designs linked in his bio whenever he goes live with his reviews again, because I may get with them, man. You never know. I am going to be buying a green screen, though, too, for my background. In my camera, on my webcam for background, too. So, I got a lot of things planned for the channel next year, man. I'm buying a lot of new games for the PS4, I tell you that. And one of them is AW Fight Forever. The other one will be WWE 2K23. I still got that freaking that PS4 TV drive, so I can buy and download as many games as I want, as long as I have enough freaking extended space, extended storage, which I do. So I'm getting out of here, guys. I will see you guys in the live chat for your SmackDown Rampage review this afternoon. And please, get some rest. Have a good Sunday morning. I'll see you guys Sunday afternoon for SmackDown and Rampage reviews that I didn't get to do Friday. Peace. Stay safe always. See you guys this afternoon, man. Oh, this is the wrong. What did I do? Oh, snap, man. I know I got to get off of here now. Oh man, I forgot to remove my WWE AW news intro, man. Oh my god, I gotta get off of here, dude. I don't know what the heck I'm doing, man. When I'm this tired, man, I gotta get off of here. It happens, man. I just thought how hilarious that was that I forgot to remove that. Anyways, I'll see you guys in the live chat for SmackDown Rampage. That's gonna be a good review as well. So make sure you guys are there. Until then, peace. I'm out of here.